with it.
I just feel like I tried. I just feel like I couldn't get anything. Like I tried for Monday, tried for Tuesday, nothing. And it's like, all right, about to beat us into submission. Like, okay, like that's what y'all want to do. We'll do it. But if we could knock both of those things out in the same day and not feel, because if we did it Friday morning, we'd be pressed for time to a certain degree, because you'd have to get back. We'd have to start the show at 12. So I'll see what Aaron says.
Yeah. Another thing about that, be like, look, man, we've met you in every way possible. Even giving up a show to do this. Come on, man.
Yep.
Come on. What's going on, everybody?
Jesse, you don't need me to do anything here, yeah? Right?
I can't wait to hear.
Okay, gotcha.
You said they're recorded?
The ones before.
Oh,
I guess
I can't wait to hear Jesse, man. I want to hear. I want to know what's up, baby.
Jesse about to be our Tony Reale, like he's our little stat boy to start the show. Now he's bigger than the show.
He gonna hit his own show.
Now he's an icon. Main event, the showstopper.
Oh,
you think Tony's
all he wears?
Oh, it's
leather pants and Fear of God joints. He used to wear those every day. I ain't mad at him.
Okay.
Damn, we already getting our time cut because it's crazy, bro. Oh my God, this is crazy.
Jesse's time to shine.
Next thing you know, hey guys, we're gonna start at 12:33 today. I got first thoughts with Jesse for the first half hour of the show.
Jesse was voted best of Sacramento. Jesse was voted best of Sacramento. We're just along for the ride. Jesse Tabia, best of Sacramento. Dr. David and Chiron, y'all hit Dr. David. That was, I knew it was going to be good when you messaged yesterday.
That was hilarious.
This is an all-timer. And it's really frustrating how perfectly it all fits together. It shouldn't fit that well. Hello, I'm Blaine Edwards. And I'm Antoine Mayweather. And welcome to Men on Football.
Today we explore the best tight end in the league.
Mm-hmm. Kanye really doing this, huh?
Yo, man, this dude, man. Come on, man.
Kanye really doing this, huh?
This is why you got to pause whenever, you try to embrace him or something like that, because he always going to do something like this. Oh. Wow.
I'm sick of people pretending like that dude is mentally ill. He's not mentally ill. He's a piece of shit. There's a difference.
He low-key could have gone to jail for all that the other day.
He's a piece of shit. That's all he is. Yeah, AB can go in a box.
Yeah.
He can go in a box. Okay. Have this Celtics game on. Oh, they beat the crap out of them people. Hey, yo! Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Welcome in here to the October 3rd edition. Yes, fall is in the air.
It is. It was a little chilly this morning again. I can tell y'all, man, it's crazy.
brisk 88 degrees outside. We welcome you in here to the Monday edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Hold on, I got you.
What more do you want from me?
Press that button one more again, would you please? Just hit that one more time.
What more do you want from me?
And shout out to the best in Sacramento, Jesse Tapia. Jesse Tapia, of course, voted best in Sacramento.
Yeah, shout out to Jesse, man. This dude, man. Wow, what a come up.
He's taken over the world, man. And we are thrilled that you are here with us. We have got 49er football today.
Yes, indeed.
We've got Kings basketball tonight.
Come
on, man. Come on, man. We got Kings and Lakers tonight. Oh, you know they're desperate over at The Athletic. They said, hey, Shams, we got to get our hit-ups. No problem. I'll recycle some Lakers content and put it out there as if it's news. Here you are, NBA world, on the eve of the Lakers kicking their preseason off against the Sacramento Kings tonight in Los Angeles. We've got a fresh batch of rumors, which wasn't even remotely close to a fresh batch of rumors. Shams reports that a Russell Westbrook deal may still be on the table.
They just be saying anything at some point, man.
Like, what are you talking? Like, Russ literally said a week ago, I know they don't want me here, but I'm here. Everybody has that coworker that they know they don't want around. Like, I get it. I know that. Wait, this is what we passing off as news. But that's what happens when basketball is underway. Some strange things happened last night and yesterday, and we'll talk about those. I don't know what they all mean, man, but they low key weird. We'll talk about those. Of course, we'll get caught up. Week 4 of the NFL season, the Raiders get their first win.
Yeah, good for the Raiders, man. A much needed win. Season is still alive. Like I said this last week. Season not over just because you started 0-3. Is that what they want?
No, that's not what they want.
Still standing. I'm still strong.
They are. I said last week, season's not over at 0-3. You need to win on Sunday. They got the win.
We were accused of writing them off on Sports Sunday last night. I was like, hey, that is absolutely not true. We did not write them off.
That's right.
It wasn't the prettiest win in the world, man, but they got it done. 49ers game day coming up in the final hour of the show. We'll get you ready for the 49ers and Rams.
And I was just gonna say, it was a big road win for the Raiders last night.
Oh, stop it!
What? Dude? They were on the road, right? It was just orange everywhere. It wasn't.
Stop this.
It wasn't.
Stop this.
Hold on, let me check my notes. I thought there was a damn road. All the orange I saw. Broncos at Oh, damn, you're right. It was Broncos at Raiders. I guess I was wrong. Damn, I thought it was Broncos. I thought it was Raiders at Broncos. It was really Broncos at Raiders. My bad.
Kenny, you stupid. You're dumb, bro. Leave the Raiders alone. Leave Las Vegas alone. You're going to get us in trouble with Sarah Hodges, man.
Once again, I don't blame that on the Raider fans, though. I told people 5-6 years ago when LA and Vegas were on the table, this was what was going to happen.
Oh, everybody knew that. Everybody knew that.
And it's no problem. Like, it's not, I'm not saying don't go to Vegas or LA if you're the NFL. You have to do it. I'm just saying this is what it is.
The game was low-key trash. I'm gonna be honest. Like, hey, you take them wins, but they got it was a handicap match. I think Nathaniel Hackett was with the Raiders last night. He was low key. He was low key silver and black. He must have gotten comped at the room. He got comped at the room because he was. I got questions. Not gonna take away from the Raiders win. Raiders won. That's what matters. And sometimes you just need to get that one. Maybe they could get cooking. I was thrilled to see Josh Jacobs work last night. So we'll get into all of that. But as I said, we've got Kings basketball.
That's right. That's right.
And there was a ruckus, if you will, on social media over the weekend because it appears there was a Zapruder film everywhere from Matt George and Sean Cunningham and James Ham and it Kenny, I think the Kings are being coached. I think the Kings are being coached, and the Kings universe didn't know how to react. They were like, "Hey, what is this? What is it? What is he doing? It sounds like he's teaching. This sounds like he's coaching." It seemed to be a very unfamiliar sight to not only those watching the video, but might have been an unfamiliar sight for those that were in the video, because a lot of media made a really big deal about a moment with Mike Brown where it looked like, did the starters beat the reserves 12-1? Is that like, if you watch the scoreboard in the corner, that's all Brandon Nunez pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a shot. I can't remember who hit the shot. We saw a shot get made. Ball gets inbound. De'Aaron just kind of flings it, and it goes 3/4 of the court, goes in, and you see the scoreboard change 12-1. It was like, wait a damn minute. And that's when I think where the camera started rolling, when everybody huddled up before they broke away to go do free throws, and Mike was talking to. I think that, I'm reading James Ham's write-up. Obviously, I wasn't there, and putting together all of the videos and the different things all of the people who were there had to say. Mike was holding Davion accountable for, and he talked about this later, like, yo, Davion and De'Aaron, those are, I think he used the head of the snake line, but I feel like if we just stop saying it, maybe everyone else will stop saying it too. You're the leaders out there on the floor is basically what he said. Like, De'Aaron, you run that first unit. Davion, you run that second unit. And when stuff gets ill, you're responsible. It's your job to slow things down or speed things up. It's your job to get things going. It's your job to get your crew functioning. And it was a good moment to see from Mike last night, or over the weekend.
Absolutely. Now, can I just say my piece?
You may.
I don't mean to be like this.
That's okay. You're going to be like this anyways.
The things that I saw from that clip, while very good and very accurate, and that's elementary in coaching. And I say that not to disparage Mike Brown, but people are like, oh, this is what accountability looks like. Look at the Kings getting coached. You really believe Brooke Walton didn't say this? You really believe he didn't say these things to them?
No, I don't.
You don't believe he said these things to them?
No.
Come on, Damian. Come on, man.
Yo, don't ask a question if you don't want the answer. I don't.
Come on,
maybe he did, and he didn't. Maybe he said it in a different way. Like, no, I don't believe that.
I say these things on the airwaves. So you mean to tell me an NBA coach ain't saying these things?
You asked. I answered.
I hear you answer it. I'm just telling you, like, just because you guys saw it in a clip, or we saw it in a clip, doesn't mean it wasn't being said. That's all I'll say. Like, that's all I'll say. Okay. Now here's the deal.
Or we saw it in a clip and it was never being said.
Here's the deal. You know what? I wasn't in the locker room. I don't know. Maybe he never did say it.
Here's another thing about that specific clip, and that's all we're going off. We only got one clip to go off, right?
Mm-hmm.
In what world was Davion the leader of the second unit last year?
So to me personally, it don't matter what leader of the second. He's a point guard. That's your leaders. What I just say last week, your point guards lead from the front. I don't care if you're the second unit or we're running liners. You're the point guard.
No doubt.
You lead. This is what he's been told in Sacramento and Baylor and Auburn and Georgia. You're the point guard. You lead. This is not Davion Mitchell. Oh my gosh. I've never been told that I'm supposed to be the leader as the point guard. Never heard that before. Like this is bare basic things, but we see it. So we're assuming these are the first times he's ever been told that stuff. He's the first time he's ever been coached here in Sacramento. I think Alvin Gentry was probably telling him the same things. Now, here's where coaching does come into play, in my opinion. Just because four people are saying the same thing doesn't mean all 4 people know how to relay that message. So it gets through to the people, or it doesn't mean that all 4 people can get other people to buy in and believe into what they're saying. So this is where it could be a difference between Mike Brown and Luke Walton. They could be saying the same exact things, but Mike Brown is a little more relatable. Mike Brown has a little more cachet to these guys where, all right, well, I know if I don't listen to Mike, like, I'm going to be sitting down, or he's got 5 championships or whatever to be doing all that. That's where the difference is. But the fact that it was being said, it absolutely, in my opinion, has been said before.
I go back to what I said a few seconds ago that I just think you blatantly ignored. The fan base seems to be genuinely shocked that the team was being coached.
No.
We'll come back. We'll talk a lot more. Mike Brown said a couple of other really interesting things that got our attention. Again, nothing super shocking. Actually, things that we've been talking about for weeks here, only confirmed by Mike Brown. And Harrison Barnes spoke pretty openly about his status with the team as well. We'll dive into all of that. Of course, it's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. We've got Monday Night Football that we'll dive into here. We'll look back at Week 4. Much more ahead here as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. James. I storyboarded I don't remember how I phrased it, but the Rapper's Delight, the story behind Rapper's Delight.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll work. It'll work for tomorrow. It's
okay.
Like I got into the weeds a little bit, so I think it'll be good.
Sounds good.
Let's see. I think James had the Harrison sound.
Young Sav, I don't know if I can let you do this. I don't know. Young Sav, hold on, man. You know one of my rules, man. I don't know if I can let you do this. Damien, when was the last time we saw Young Sav?
Oh yeah, he been silent. You can't do that.
You can't. No. You know my rules, man. It's same way you come in here and win or lose. Like we got. Where's my guy at? Gwitty in the building. His Buccaneers, they lost 2 in a row. Gwitty's still in the building. He was a little sparse last week. He wasn't there as much, but he's still here. Young Sav, we ain't seen you in 2 weeks, bro. Come on, man. And they played on the Thursday the week before, so it was like 17 days we ain't seen you. Come on, Young Sav.
Yeah, that's against the rules.
I mean, you can come in, then you can do whatever you want to do, but you can't start talking about your Chargers off top. You better ease into that. You better talk about Kings basketball for about 45 minutes and then mention your Chargers.
I'll say this though, whatever they gave Justin Herbert, he looked different.
Yeah,
he looked different. Maybe he got better. I hope he did.
I mean, it does seem like one of the things with that is, and I do believe this. I don't want to make it like you can't make it any worse, but it will feel better over time. That's
sure.
what it
just felt like if you're going to play in a football game, maybe you're slowing that development. Maybe you're slowing
right.
that
nah, for real.
ability to get better down.
For real.
Sacktown King just in here screaming at a wall about Lamar Jackson. Like I love the fact that everyone is ignoring him. Yeah, he definitely had some padding there. Yeah, no, he looked better. He looked better. I did see that. They were going to win games by an average of I believe it was 40 something.
So here's the crazy thing about that is Because I heard people kind of rumbling about it last year. And this is the only thing that sticks out to me with that game is I don't think LaMelo going to stay in Charlotte. I think the opportunity when it arises for him to, obviously he's on a rookie contract, so he's bound to that.
He ain't gonna leave, and he ain't gonna leave on that rookie deal though.
He gonna demand a trade. If it's like this, like Charlotte not making the playoffs, they're not making the play-in, and I don't see a pathway for that to happen in the next 2 years or so. He's gonna sign the deal. I don't think he's staying in Charlotte. No,
I'll say this
away, but I'm just saying I don't think he's staying there.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. At some point, yeah, I don't know anybody stay in Charlotte. Mike tried to vengefully trade him. Y'all's energy with Lamar Jackson is weird. I just want to point that out. It's really fucking weird. Y'all should calm down because you look a little funny.
You know what else I thought was pretty weird? Something like came to my head over the weekend. You notice how like when I was like, yo, don't call us Niner Nation. Like it's Niner gang out here. They're like, oh, yeah, you want to be affiliated with, I don't think that's the nickname you want. Niner gang or da-da-da-da. Yet Bills Mafia is completely accepted. Bills Mafia?
Collectively, man, sports fans are weird, dude. Just straight up weird.
Like that's just all good, huh? Bills Mafia.
And energy is odd. There's some people just really enjoying like the fact that Lamar lost yesterday, and I just find that really strange. Y'all weren't acting like it was the demise of Justin Herbert last week, but it's cool, y'all. Yeah, I mean, if Lamar bothers you that much, go ahead and get you some. We're gonna talk about Lamar because if y'all want to put that on him, that's all right. Certainly, he's the one who threw an interception, but
hey,
we'll get there. We'll get there.
To be honest, people were praying for Patrick Mahomes' downfall.
Yeah, y'all might want to pray a little bit harder.
I might want to give it up. It ain't happening.
It appears your God is not listening to that one. Your God has made the decision to not listen. That dude was goofing off last night in a major way. On a night where Brady still throws like 3 touchdowns. Damn near 400 yards.
Too much. Can't keep up, man. Can't keep up with this stuff. Hey, man, I was watching the game last night. I'm not there. Damn, there might be a change in the KCC strap, bro. and I got it on Lamar right now because that's my guy, but 15.
Who has
crazy.
mine? I don't think I ever changed mine.
Oh, look whose belt is in shambles now.
I don't think I ever changed mine. Does Patrick Mahomes still have my title?
I don't think he has.
Lamar has Jesse's, right?
So I'm a little confused. Either Josh Allen or Lamar has mine.
Oh, Josh Allen has mine. Josh Allen has mine.
These people don't even know who got that strap, man.
Mine.
Come on, man. They talking about the KCC. They don't even know.
Well, at least someone has ours. At least
got mine.
Without someone having your belt.
You awarded yours in a WrestleMania tournament and then didn't give it away. Had a big screw job finish and then just handed it to Lamar Jackson like Ric Flair handed Triple H the title, or Eric Bischoff handed Triple H the title however many years ago. Come on, man.
Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal gets his well.
Tony Khan Caraway.
Look, hey, it might be changing hands again. How am I gonna sit here and the only reason it's not changing hands because 8, that's my dude right there. That's my guy. So I'm gonna give him leeway and benefit of the doubt. But how could anybody say 15 is the best?
Come to think about it, mine's changing hands right now. It's time for Patrick Mahomes to get his title back. He's now the 2-time DLO champion of the world. Josh Allen, Josh Allen, a little sketchy right now. The Bills will be fine, but I'm giving it back to Patrick Mahomes.
I I just want to see one more week. I mean, that's not really gonna make a difference. Like, he's still that dude. But I told you, I'm giving Lamar benefit of the doubt because not that I don't like Mahomes, but I love Lamar. Hey, that's my boy right there. So I'm just probably giving him a little more leeway. But I was watching that game last night, like, jeez, boy, this dude.
Well, it's funny.
Mahomes is crazy, bro.
He's a baby face again because all of that underhanded stuff, like, you've got to calm that stuff down if you're Patrick Mahomes after he loses the Super Bowl. Like, you just can't keep that stuff up long term. The no-look passes that started getting intercepted, all of a sudden he turned babyface because he did it against Brady in prime time.
Nah, maybe it
was because Chris Collinsworth was on the call and he was that Vince McMahon meme every time Patrick Mahomes did anything.
Yeah, I had the volume down, so I don't know. But
pray your significant other loves you the way Chris Collinsworth loves Patrick Mahomes. Man, goodness gracious.
Damn, Mahomes is tough.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes is the DLO champion of the world.
I'm holding on. I'm hoping Lamar. I'm holding on for you, Lamar. Come on, I'm holding on, but it's tough right now. It's tough. You got to give me something.
Well, we'll get to all of this.
Yeah.
That was collectively not Lamar overall, especially against the Bills defense, played well, but man, those 2 interceptions will kill you, and that one late, man, that is brutal, just brutal.
Yeah,
but he had some highlights in there. He had some plays that maybe 2 quarterbacks in the league can make.
We'll talk about that game a little later, but I just do want to say that last interception late. Look in real time, I'm like, oh, what are you doing, Lamar? Looking back on the replays and stuff, hey, tip your hat to the defense a little bit too, because that safety, the recognition he made, because I forgot who the receiver is, was wide open in the corner of the end zone, wide open, blown coverage, busted coverage, all this other stuff. Lamar saw him. That safety recognized it in time and made a hell of a play, man. Not saying Lamar and Harbaugh are at fault for the play call or the play, but sometimes you got to tip your hat to the defensive plays that are made. In that case, after seeing the whole picture of what happened there, I'm going to tip my hat to the defense there. That was a hell of a play by the safety.
Yeah, and a big win for the Buffalo Bills that we'll get to as we roll along here. Sacramento Kings back on the floor tonight against the Los Angeles Lakers. Talking about a practice over the weekend, Mike Brown spoke following, I believe it was Saturday's practice, spoke to the media. He said, focus on a 9 to 10 man rotation headed into the regular season. Nothing particularly surprising there. Did say, look, De'Aaron's going to start, Domas is going to start, and Harrison Barnes is going to start. Those other 2 starting positions are up for grabs right now.
Yeah.
And that's, I appreciate that. It's not that any of us didn't know that, but for a coach to come out and say, yeah, your guesses are accurate. There's 2 spots up for grabs. Here's who's starting. These 2 positions are wide open. Here's what I'm looking at in terms of a rotation. And that's something that James Ham has been saying here on this show as we've tried to figure out guys like KZ Okpala and Terrence Davis. And are these guys going to be involved in the lineup? Chimezi Metu, Chime Moneki, going through a bunch of different guys, figuring out how can they crack the rotation? Do they crack the rotation? Do they become energy guys? Do they become guys that nothing else is working? Let's get these guys in here. And Mike Brown kind of confirmed that. Focus on the 9 to 10 man rotation. If we can get to 10, we'll be in really good shape. We only get to 9. I took that as we might only get to 9, and that's all right. But if we can get to 10, there's a lot we could do with that. So I think that it sounds like there's still a lot these guys need to prove to Mike Brown.
Yeah, I mean, there is work to be done by a lot of guys on that roster as far as solidifying their spot, solidifying their playing time, and their role in the rotation. I like the idea, especially in the regular season, of 9 to 10 guys. You may shorten that up a little bit in the playoffs and later in the season, but it feels like to me, 9 to 10 guys is about what you need to get through the grind that has become the NBA season. Like we talk about baseball, right? 162. You think about the NBA schedule, it's starting to feel like a bit of a grind. Like,
sure.
Damn, this is a long season, and trying to get everybody through that healthy and being able to play at a high level. I am a believer that you need a 10-man rotation in the regular season just to kind of not wear these guys out a little bit. So I like hearing that from Coach Brown as well.
And that may not be a night-to-night 10-man rotation either. It could be an idea of having a 10-man rotation, but we're in a tight one against the Mavericks. And it's best to run these 8 because we've got to win this game. You know,
right. And also 10-man rotation doesn't mean everybody playing 20 minutes a night. Mm-hmm. You know, the 9 and 10 in that rotation, they may get 12 minutes a night, you know, the 6 minutes at the 6 minutes a half or something like that, or even less than that, you know, the final 3-4 minutes of a half or to start the quarter or something like that. That just means they're getting in, but it may not affect the bulk of the minutes for the guys who are playing the big number of minutes.
Harrison Barnes spoke this weekend as well. A bit of a lengthy clip here from our guy, James Ham. Let's take a listen to HB following practice on Saturday. I like that quote from HB right there. And shout out to all the smart asses in the chat house. We literally just tested this on Friday, and yet every one of them thinks I can't read their message that says we can't hear it. Yeah. So the next one to text it, I'm just throwing out of the chat permanently. But HB pointing out, yo, this isn't the same group. Like, this is a different group, and we're trying to accomplish different things here. And all of good for the Seattle Mariners. Shout out, I think that was Antonio Harvey who brought that up.
Shout out, Tony.
We've got business to take care of here.
Yeah, man. Like, it's one of those things where the people who just come into this situation in Sacramento, sometimes it's a little unfair for them to assume the pressure and the weight of what they walked into that they had nothing to do with, right? Like, you talking about a playoff drought, franchise hasn't done that. Weight shouldn't be on Kevin Huerter's shoulders, Keegan Murray's shoulders, Malik Monk's shoulders. It shouldn't be. It's a whole new era, a whole new group. These guys are coming in with their own experiences and with a fresh slate here in Sacramento. But the truth of the matter is, whether we like it or not, it does get heaped upon their shoulders. Like the weight of not making it is something that they have to feel. They have to know the sense of urgency about what's going on here. Like we talked about a couple of times before with Monty McNair. He hasn't missed a playoff 16 straight years. He's only missed a playoff 2 straight years. Right? Yeah. But he understands the sense of urgency. It's the nature of the beast. It is what it is. So I appreciate Harrison's response to that question. I completely understand it. And a lot of what he says there, I agree with. But I also understand why the question was asked and why it is like,
sure.
Hey, you're with the Kings and it's almost like a marriage and married into a family. This is what you married into. Mm-hmm. Okay. You're getting all the pressures and everything that comes along with this 16-year streak, even though you haven't even played a game for the Kings yet. Yeah. It's the nature of the beast.
Fair or foul, you've got that uniform on, mm-hmm. and until that streak is snapped, you're going to be asked about it.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think about Harrison's response to his future in Sacramento and kind of understanding? I know I'm in trade rumors. Like I'm used to that. It's been like that. Like I get it. I'm here. My focus is here. My focus is getting this team off and running.
Yeah, I thought it was he didn't say much. You know what I mean? Like he said,
it's probably not much you can really say. Yeah, I feel like he covered the bases. Like I know, but I'm here. I don't know what you really can offer past that.
I mean, he talks about, the stability of being here and things like that. But I don't look at his answer or look at him any type of way for answering that way. What do you want me to say? I don't know. Like if things are going great, I'd love to be here in Sacramento, but who knows if things are going to go great, based on everything that's gone on in my time here in Sacramento. And when I say great, I mean winning wise. I wouldn't expect them to be like, yeah, I want to be here at all costs, because if this team falters again, if they're not good again, and he misses out on the playoffs, I wouldn't blame Harrison one bit if he said, I don't want to be, like, I'm trying to win. I'm entering the second half of my career, and I want to start playing, for a winner. So I would completely understand that. I think it's as simple for him as if this team shows they're headed in the right direction definitively, not, oh, we got some pieces and we can do some things, but definitively headed in the right direction. I'm talking a play-in appearance or a playoff appearance, play-in appearance at the least.
Mm-hmm.
Then all that other stuff can factor in. Like, man, okay, they're headed in the right direction. They're showing that they're playing some winning basketball. I have been here 4 or 5 years. I got a family here. That's a nice place to raise a family. I'm settled. All right, man, I'll continue on this journey here in Sacramento. But nothing can really be said right now. And I don't blame him for not saying like anything definitively other than, because he said, I've been here for a while. It's good to be here and be in one place for a while. That's all he said. So,
well, here's the thing for Harrison, whether Harrison likes it or not, or this fan base likes it or not, or Monty McNair likes it or not, Harrison Barnes is going to play a major role in whether this team succeeds or fails.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of the thing that everyone just has to get used to is you may have this grand trade in your mind, and because the trade machine told you it works, you think it's viable. It clearly isn't, because Harrison is still here.
Mm-hmm.
There's clearly nothing that has come to Monty McNair. Well, Monty McNair, I got to imagine Monty looks at this the same way we do. Okay, what's better than Harrison Barnes right now that I can get? Because I got to win right now. I don't, as it stands right now, if I'm Monty McNair, I don't have a next year.
Mm-hmm.
I have to win right now, and a slow start would be really bad for my chance to win this year. What's better than Harrison Barnes right now? And I think the resounding answer, one, even being on the outside looking in, is not much. Like realistically, not much.
Yeah.
And I said this before, and asset management and all of that. I think Harrison Barnes is going to be here the entire year. If the Kings are able to win him over, if everything mutually works out with the two, man, fantastic. And Harrison winds up signing an extension and is here a few more years, like, cool. If he doesn't, like, that's fine. Mm-hmm. But Harrison Barnes is vital to the success of the Sacramento Kings this year. And I there's obviously no way he can settle into that spot simply because of his contract status, and that's just not how the league works. But there is a situation, obviously, where he's moving. I think the team's not playing well by February. Harrison's gone, but at that point, if the team's not playing well and you're trading Harrison Barnes, it doesn't matter. Like, everything has gone to hell at that point. This team starts well. Harrison's immediate future is solidified here, in my opinion. Because I don't think there's a situation where Harrison's value like skyrockets. I think everybody knows
he's playing like really, really well.
Yeah, but I don't think that changes. Like, well, Harrison was averaging like 26 points a game in the first 3 games of last year, or 4 games of last year, or something like that. I don't think anything. If Harrison was averaging 25 points per game, that's a lot. 25 points per game in February. You think his value on the trade market is skyrocketed?
Not skyrocketed. It could be higher. So I see your point. Like, right now, I don't think you can get a first round pick for him if he's doing that. And a team is
not one above 16.
Well, no, because who was trading for him is like a team trying to get a championship.
That's what I mean. Like, even if you did get a first round pick in February, like, would that be worth it?
If you're gonna lose him.
If you're talking like 28, 29?
Well, if you think you're gonna lose him, yeah. Like, if you think he's gone, because I agree with you. If you're trading him, you're probably out of it. So if you think he's leaving, yeah, you trade him for a first round pick, get something.
Well, yeah, no, I got you. Like, I'm with you on that part. But if the team is performing well, and if Harrison is averaging 25 points per game in February, the Kings are doing well. There's just no situation where unless Sabonis is gone and Fox is gone and they're all out for the season, and it's just Harrison scoring a bunch of points and the Kings losing.
Yeah.
That's the only way. But we were talking about his value going up, and if his value goes up to a first round pick in February where he's playing really well, you don't know whether you're gonna have him next year or not. Do you move him? And I still say no. Unless for some reason a team who has a higher draft pick. Then you could sway me a little bit, but even that I think is sketchy at best.
The interesting thing about Harrison to me, in the whole conundrum around him, and I tried to talk to James about this when he was on one of these days, one of the past weeks or so, is I think numbers wise, this team is potentially set up for Harrison to take a step back, numbers wise, and be more impactful and fit a little bit more. What do you average, 17 a night or something like that? Last night.
Like that.
I'm of the belief, at least what he's shown me, that's not his bag right now. Because to average 17 a night and be a consistent ball player and not have the Willie Cauley-Stein 8 rebounds a night, you know what I'm saying, where you get 16 one night and then none the next and you average 8. That's kind of how I felt Harrison's 17 a night was. To get that and be consistent with your play, you got to shoot the ball a lot. You got to shoot the 3 ball a lot. You got to be extremely aggressive on the offensive end. And I don't know if he necessarily wants to take on that role. So I say that to say his numbers could go down and he be just as valuable, if not more, than he was last year.
Absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. 100%. We went over this a week or two ago. He shot double-digit three-pointers twice in the first 3 games. 11 attempts in game number 1, 10 attempts in game number 3.
Mm-hmm.
He never shot double-digit three-point attempts again the entire season.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back and see this because you mentioned that a couple of times. It is worth pointing out. Was it an ankle? His foot. He missed 5 games. You see it in his game logs. A lot changed in the games leading into him missing time, and then the games coming out of that 5-game period that he missed. He had a few really strong stretches late in the season. But yeah, there's that wild game in Boston where he played 24 minutes. He had 10 points the night before, 21 points the night after, and 0 in the middle. And there are some single-digit point nights from Harrison Barnes where he played 30-plus minutes and scored 6. He played 29 minutes and 48 seconds. This was again against Boston. He scored 4. He had too many single-digit point nights last season. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We will also dive into that Raiders win against the Broncos in Las Vegas. We've also got our ceiling is the roof.
I'm not convinced that it was. I'm going to have to look at some footage.
Ceiling is the roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing, also on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
For sure.
I'm going to try this. This is insane. We literally just did this on Friday and it worked. This is insane. And now it doesn't. Literally just did this on Friday and it worked.
Make no sense.
We did this exact same setup on Friday and it worked.
You know what doesn't suck? These Utah Jazz uniforms. Not bad. Not bad at all. Wasn't prepared for that.
Check 1. Casey, talking to the mic for a second.
Check.
Okay.
No, Cole, you're right. They're gonna stink. They're going to stink. That is for sure. Yeah, John, I don't know if anybody beating Folsom. If Oak Ridge can't do it, I don't know if anybody can step up against Folsom. Them boys are tough. Well, Jonathan, the Mets are going to the playoffs. So there's that. All is not lost, even though they blew the NL East. Still going to the playoffs. Now, what you don't want, Jonathan, is you don't want the Kings to be like the Cavs last year. Although they'd still be in the play-in. They would break the streak. I've come back around on that. Yeah, they'd be breaking the streak. Because it's a postseason drought, not a playoff drought. Oh, man, I've been congested for the last 5 days or so. But I feel better, though. I felt iffy like Wednesday, Thursday. But I feel a lot better than I did late in the week. I did, Dr. David. That was pretty funny. That made me chuckle. Hey, David, I had another dream this past week.
Who got you? Who got you? Who was it? Anthony Edwards? Chet Holmgren? Who got you this time? Jay Sean Tate?
No, nobody got. That's my boy Jay Sean Tate too. But nobody got me. But I had a dream that you just walked off in the middle of the show.
That wasn't a dream, buddy. That was a premonition. That wasn't a dream. That was
something happened. I think I might have said something or something. Damian just muted himself, got pissed off, walked off, and then there's a window where we were at. He had a pickup truck, and I see the pickup truck driving off, and I tell Jesse, I said, "Is he leaving?"
Honestly, that might not even be a dream. That might just be like a vision or something.
I'm telling you. That's a premonition. That's just looking ahead to the future. I love that that's my reputation. That's just so awful. Like I've got to do better. Like that my reputation is getting mad and storming off of a show. Despite the fact I've never actually left a live broadcast.
No, not under your own power. I mean, the Folsom or Roseville internet kicked you off one time.
They did. Yeah, they
had my man at Sprouts trying to do the show.
It was Nugget, but I was trying. It turns out West Roseville doesn't have the best cell phone connection. Also, my cell phone service is ass. So that didn't help either. But I was just driving around. I just desperately wanted to be a part of the show, and couldn't. Got to the parking lot, was like, "Yeah, dude, this isn't gonna do it either."
Yeah, I don't know why he was in a pickup. When I looked out the office window, he's driving off, and it was a brown pickup. That's all. I said, "Is he leaving?" That's gone.
That's the only part of the story that's not believable is the pickup truck part. Everything else, it could happen. Everything else has almost happened, but the pickup truck, not so much. Not quite there. But again, I love that that's my reputation.
Well, another thing that happened
mad enough to leave
this weekend that had nothing to do with you is Saturday night. Because I had a free weekend this weekend, right? There was no games, didn't have anywhere to be. So you know what that meant? Put things together. So that's what I had to do all weekend long.
Oh, yeah.
And it was all good. But I was in the room putting something together, and I just finished watching Clemson and NC State. And I actually, hey, shout out to ESPN. Shout out to everybody involved. I asked for it. They delivered. I watched the Pat McAfee broadcast. They give you for that game. They gave like 3 or 4 different broadcasts. So I watched the Pat McAfee broadcast. So
they're like, we're getting our money's worth with Pat McAfee.
Absolutely, he didn't just quit SmackDown. I saw him on Game Day and this other telecast. The hell with SmackDown, but I had the volume down, so I don't really know how good it was. But they were like focused in on the gambling aspect towards the end of that game because it was clear Clemson was going to win. And they were like, come on, like we need to cover, yada, yada, yada. So anyway, that game goes off and Reese was bored in the house. And I was challenging him to stay up till 10 o'clock so he could watch the Warriors. Like, the Warriors game, come on, at 10. Like, you got to stay up, though. I don't think you can stay up. He's like, I can stay up. I can do it.
Can't walk around wearing a Warriors championship ring if you're not staying up till 10 o'clock.
I mean, look,
during the preseason.
We had a nice business arrangement. We did business together. It was good. We've moved on to separate endeavors at this point. So it's just all it is.
Reese didn't. Reese, first day of school, was out there with his championship ring on or whatever. Might have been after the championship. I don't know. I feel like Cheryl and Elk Grove took the picture, but
he don't listen to nothing I tell him half the time. But I do all this stuff, and I'm not going to bog him down with watching SC Arizona State. So I try to say, let's throw a movie on here. Let's keep you awake. And me trying to be a good dad and give him like experiences of movies to watch. I found Bad News Bears on HBO Max.
Okay.
We be romanticizing these old movies, man. These movies. These movies kind of suspect.
Feel like Uncle Phil. Who is we?
First of all, there's not a lot of lines in these movies. Like, not a lot of acting going on. It feels like not a lot of lines, and then it's just not that good. Although the movie is fine. I'm talking about the structure of the movie compared to like Something Today. Like, they don't talk a lot. There's a lot of moving and long pauses between talking. It's just really weird. And there's a lot of cursing by kids in that movie. They're saying whatever, doing whatever. Still a good movie, though. Still a good movie.
So all of that just to get to it's still a good movie?
Yeah, it's still a good movie. It's better than what's that movie Jesse likes? With Keanu Reeves. Is it Hardball or something like that? Movie? Yeah, with Baby G.
I don't know what that is.
I forgot what the name of the movie was, but that movie was kind of weak.
You better stop. It's called Hardball, and you better stop.
Well, Hardball, and Like Mike, just weak movies.
No.
Like Mike really is sorry.
Like Mike is fine. Like Mike wasn't for you. It was for me. It wasn't for you.
Mike was sorry. Hardball's like, it's okay. Like Mike, I was so disappointed. Guy was dunking from the 3-point line. Come on, man.
Don't you like Mike 2 better?
No, it was whatever.
I'll stick to this. Like Mike 2 is a remake. It's a kids movie remake of Above the Rim.
So I didn't finish Like Mike. I'm gonna have to see that again. Now I'm gonna have to see it. Yeah. But Hardball can't hold a candle to Little Big League, Rookie of the Year, The Sandlot. It's like it's not even close.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. An old roof can cause high energy bills. Maybe solar paneling isn't necessarily what you're looking for. You just want to get that roof replaced. Or maybe solar panel is exactly what you're looking for. John and his amazing team over there can take care of you. Again, ACR Solar and Roofing, 916-481-7200. Raider Nation, Josh Jacobs gets The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night. I'm a big Josh Jacobs fan. I was happy to see him touch the rock regularly last night. 144 yards on the ground for Josh Jacobs, along with 2 touchdowns. Damn near had as many yards on the ground as Derek Carr had in the air. If the first Raider coach that figures out the formula is to run the ball with Josh Jacobs, you could be in pretty good shape. Now, I realized as I was on with our crew over at CBS 13 last night, missed you for sure, Sarah and Ben, it's like, you stick with this. You've got to, I need to see it next week. and I need to see it the week after. But the formula is this regularly happens, and it's not exclusive to the Las Vegas Raiders. It happens all of the time. You see something like this from the Raiders. That run game is really the reason that they won this, though I think they got some help, and we'll talk about that in a second. But they got Kansas City coming up on Monday. So you know what happens. Patrick Mahomes gets a score. Maybe they go down 10-0. Maybe they go down 14-0. And Derek Carr is going to wind up throwing the ball 57 times. Because they, of course, when you go down 10-0 or 14-0, you got to make up that 10 or 14 points on one drive. So you've just got, because it could be the first quarter, but you've got to get down the field and score as quickly as possible or time is going to run out. That's what these teams do. They get rattled off of their game plan. They stop using what works. Josh Jacobs worked yesterday against a very good, very stingy Denver Broncos defense, or at least leading into the game. They had been really, really good and really stingy. And I thought that was a good approach by the Raiders. He had that big 43-yard run that they kind of fell short on, but ultimately they were able to get the win, and that's what matters.
Let me ask you a question and remind me about the Broncos, because I have something very important that I need to say about the Broncos, and an important question to ask.
I know what you're going to ask. I'd bet money I know what you're going to ask. Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
So this is, in our 2 years of doing the show, 2+ years, this is a D-Lo-ism. Is give the ball to Josh Jacobs. Run the ball. Stop throwing the ball all over the place. Run the ball with Josh Jacobs. That's your key to success. And I don't disagree with you. And I actually don't have a problem with what I'm just literally asking a question. Why do you think that Kyle Shanahan should do the same thing with the Niners? Because you, me, sometimes other people go crazy on Kyle Shanahan for being too conservative and sticking to the run instead of airing it out more. Is it just a personnel issue? Like, do they not have somebody as good as Josh Jacobs? That's why they should throw it a little bit more than what they do?
Well, I don't think I'm overly critical of Kyle Shanahan for being conservative. I'll be critical for Kyle Shanahan for other reasons, but I don't think I'm critical of him being conservative. I feel like I understand what he likes to do as a coach. You know what I mean? Like, we go back to the first game of the year. I know there were a lot of 49er fans upset about the way that he called that game. He called the game exactly how I thought he would, because regardless of the elements of that Chicago game, I was looking at, like, you want to ease Trey Lance into this. Don't make Trey Lance win this game. Like, try to win in a different way. Use your running backs. Use what got you to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, which was your run game. It was accented, of course, by the way that Jimmy Garoppolo played, but they had an incredible rushing attack. Josh Jacobs falls short sometimes too. I don't want to like overdo this with him at all. He falls short sometimes, but I feel like what happens is he'll have a game like this. I feel like he's going to touch the ball 12 times against Kansas City. And the way that Raider defense is, they may very well could be down 14-0 5 minutes into the game. But I feel like Josh Jacobs is a good running back. And if you establish him early, I feel like that opens things up for Derek Carr a little bit. It makes things a little bit easier for Derek Carr. I don't think anything got easier for Derek Carr at all last night. He had some issues, and I think he just thought, get the ball to Devontae Adams and just get me out of here. Get the ball to Devontae, hand the ball to Josh. Get the ball to Devontae, hand the ball to Josh. Like, that was their whole – that's why they won yesterday. And their defense played well enough to get that win. Though I think their defense had a 12th man on the field. And I'll get to that in a sec. Well, he wasn't a 12th man on the field. He was just a 12th man in a Raider uniform. It was Nathaniel Hackett. And we'll talk more about that.
13th man. Melvin Gordon out there dropping passes, fumbling, scooping score.
Hey, man, okay. We'll get there. I want to talk more about the Raiders. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to the Sportscenter update.
Now, from the Sacramento Sports Desk, a Sportscenter update on ESPN 1320.
All right, the San Francisco 49ers take on the Los Angeles Rams in tonight's Monday Night Football matchup. 49ers had 9 players who missed practice Friday due to injury, but no update on who's available tonight yet. This will be the Niners' first matchup with the Rams since the NFC title loss last season. Coverage for the game begins at 4:15 on ESPN 1320. Another NFL news, the Denver Broncos running back Javonte Williams was ruled out for the season after tearing his ACL and LCL in yesterday's loss against the Raiders. Dolphins QB Tua Tagovailoa was ruled out of Miami's Week 10 matchup against the Jets due to concussion protocol. In the NBA, the Kings open up their preseason tonight against the Lakers with tip-off at 7:30 on NBA TV. The Kings currently open up their season with their Vegas win total at 33.5. Wasn't a good start to the preseason for the Suns. They lost 134-124 to the Adelaide 36ers from the Australian Basketball League. We also got some extensions in the league right there. Larry Nance got a 2-year deal from the Pelicans, and Miami Heat signed Tyler Hero to a 4-year, $130 million extension. Hero's entering his 4th year in the league after averaging 20 points and 5 rebounds. Then in the MLB, we got Aaron Judge, who's still looking for his home run number 62. The Yankees open up a 4-game series against the Texas Rangers, and then you got the Padres, who start their series with the Giants to end the season with first pitch at 6:40. Thanks for listening to the SportsCenter update. I'm Jesse Tapia with ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader.
Woo! That boy tied it on the beat. Boy, man. Hold up. Yeah, how much sweat is trickling down your hairline right there after that?
In my head, I'm like, all right, I got to cut a little bit down. I know it's coming to the end. I can't believe I got that one take right there.
Ooh, that boy,
One
Jesse.
$50,000, I get this in one take. Ooh, that boy, I see him out of here. I see him out of here. Yes, sir.
Jesse, now how do we feel Jesse did? Everybody all on board for Jesse and the SportsCenter updates. Boy, Jesse's so big, they creating segments to sell for the man.
You,
Look
man.
at this.
I'm telling you, man. Come on now.
Best of Sacramento right there, Jesse Tapia. Love to see it.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
How come we didn't hear you that time? We didn't hear you. We didn't hear you that time. Say it again.
All right, you heard me now.
Yeah, got you.
Got any criticisms? Let me know.
Oh man, that's good stuff. That's
sir.
Jesse. Jesse got these SportsCenter updates to do all throughout the day that we'll do at the top of the hour. Man, that's good stuff.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
Very, very good.
There's 3 things I wanted to talk about there, though. Go with where you're going, because we're all going in the same place, I think.
Yeah, we'll get to some of those notes from that SportsCenter update here as we roll along. I mentioned the 12th man. What world? Okay, you know what? Hit timeout. I got one. I'm gonna use it right here. Why don't you go ahead with your thoughts on the Denver Broncos before I say what I gotta say?
Well,
because I feel like this is going to go very nicely together. Now y'all know we don't meet before the show. I have no idea what he's about to say, but I know what he's about to say.
I was yelled at and excoriated for my thoughts on the Denver Broncos starting quarterback. I'm demanding a public acknowledgement of me and an apology to me from one Damian Barling and Jesse Tapia.
I'm demanding you kiss my high yellow ass. How about that? You want an apology because in a game where Derek Carr threw the ball 34 times, Russell Wilson throws it 25? Derek Carr threw the ball 34 times. And Russell Wilson, your $180 million investment, throws it 25?
No, we just got to take this L, man.
Bro.
Damian, we got to take this L, bro.
This is not a Russell Wilson issue. This is, right now, a Nathaniel Hackett issue.
Yeah, I agree with Damian. I mean, Russ gave you 3 touchdowns yesterday. No interception.
Stop. This is the same argument all over again, because all y'all did was run me his stats last time we had this conversation. Oh, he threw for 48,000.
I'm telling you, they're not putting the ball in his hands to do what they signed him to do. Nathaniel Hackett is going to get a talking to.
They're not going to make the playoffs. They're not going to make the playoffs. They're not going to make the playoffs. And they can blame Nathaniel Hackett or whatever they want to do.
That's what they'll do.
Just like they blamed Pete Carroll last year and all this other stuff. I'm telling you, I'm not saying he's a scrub. Now, I told you, Russell Wilson ain't him no more. He's not.
This is not on the players. This is on the coaches.
Yeah. You don't want to play the drop now, do you? You don't want to play the drop now, do you?
It's not on you. So listen. It's not on you. Players, y'all did everything. Y'all gave your heart.
Nathaniel Hackett is terrible.
Hey, two things can be equally true. Two things can be equally true.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. They can be equally true. But right now, I'm using one to judge the other.
Okay. All right.
Ridiculous.
I'm still not getting the apology. It's a damn shame.
You absolutely are not getting an apology. You're nothing to apologize
damn
for.
Shame.
They didn't put up apologize before.
They didn't put up 16, 16, 11, and now 23. They was hot. They was hot last night. They was cooking.
Their offense is ass, and I don't believe that that's because of Russell Wilson. I believe it's because of the guy who's calling plays.
I know Will W. I know. I said it. I said it before. They thought I was crazy. Russ looking a little funny in the light, huh, KC?
Y'all like these dudes are with Lamar Jackson. You want that man to be bad so bad.
I don't want Russ to be bad. He's just a human being. Like, he's not as good as he used to be. That doesn't mean he's bad. That doesn't mean he's not a starting quarterback or some type of scrub. But he's not what he was like 5 years ago. And there's nothing wrong with that.
That man threw for 4,200 yards and 40 touchdowns 2 seasons ago. Threw the ball 158 less time. We went 12-4, by the way.
You watched that game on Sunday? This one and last Sunday night?
Of course I did.
Like, did you see the throws he was making? Like, we could talk about the numbers all we want. Did you watch him throw the football? And did you see Russell Wilson throwing the football like that 5 years ago? There's a distinct difference.
You just go overboard and go 5 years ago like he wasn't great 2 years ago.
Because he turned into a stat pattern.
They were 12-4. I feel like your discussion about Russell Wilson is null and void because he owns your team.
No,
that is a Russell Wilson 49ers. That
don't have nothing to do with nothing. I don't have to see him no more.
I don't think you can fairly evaluate him because he's made your life miserable for like the last 10 years.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
He's a stat pattern on a team that went 12-4.
The other thing, and they got bounced in the first round when they finally played a good team at home. And what was his numbers that game?
Dude.
What was his number that game?
He was 12-4, and he's a stat pattern.
What was his numbers that game? And then they get
eliminated in the playoffs. I don't know. What were they? You tell me.
They were awesome. They were great. They were great.
What they were.
And see, I'm hurt. I think you guys are hurt because I don't know how many times to say it's not like Russ is a scrub. All I told you was he's not the same guy. Like, he's not as good as he was 3 years ago. He's just not. Like, he doesn't throw the ball the same way. He doesn't move the same way. He's starting to look older. That's all I said.
Yeah, you kind of know. That's what you're saying now. You kind of said he was trash when we started this conversation.
Stop that. He's not trash, but he's not the same dude. He's not. I've watched him. One of the reasons why is, you know me, Damian, the Art of War. I'm watching the Seahawks for the last 3-4 years. I'm watching them as much as I watch the Niners. I watch the Seahawks, Rams, Cardinals as much as I watch the Niners. He's not the same.
You gotta stop saying that. If you said last year, I think where you're losing me is you're basing this off last year. That's all you're doing. You can't tell me he wasn't good the year before. That's insane.
Did I say that? How many times do I have to say it? Did not say he's not good.
I can't do it. Go ahead, Jesse.
I said he's not good. Jesse,
you said he threw for 4,200 yards 2 seasons ago.
Jesse, did I say he's not good?
You don't go out and say that, but you talk like he's washed. Like, is he?
My literal words are he's not the same player he was 3 years ago. That's my literal words.
It was a career year. What are you talking about?
Okay. All right. We had Sonics fans or Seahawks fans coming here and tell me the same thing.
Well, I'm here. I don't even know what I'm repping.
Who watch them every day.
Seahawks fans, like they ain't in their feelings right now about Russell Wilson.
Okay,
I'm going to take a 49ers fan and a Seahawks fan about how they feel about Russell Wilson. Get out of here.
I feel he's not the same. All right.
Man threw for 40 touchdowns. He washed. He ain't been good in like 5 years. All right.
To see now, that would work if I said those things. Never said those things. Never, not once. All I said was he's not the same quarterback. And you guys don't.
Was 5 years ago when he threw for 3,400 yards.
3 years ago. I just said 3 years ago.
Then 40.
All right. When they don't make the playoffs, it's gonna be Nathaniel Hackett's fault. It's not gonna be Russ's. It's not gonna be Russ's fault. Just like it wasn't last year.
That's fine.
His numbers was his numbers good last year?
Come on, man. Stop it. You're doing this off 1 year. That's what I'm saying. He wasn't good last year. You're doing this off of 1 year.
I'm once again, I'm not saying he's not good. I don't know why that keeps coming up.
I'm saying he's washed.
Not once have I said he's not good. Not once did I say he was washed. Not once. I said he's not the same quarterback. You keep saying washed and not good. I've never said that. I've never not once said he's washed or not good.
We're going to run that take back from the start.
Never not once said that.
Because I think you're getting a little. Jake's right. I'm about to hop in that pickup truck that's waiting for me outside. No, I don't know what kind of ride it is, man, but I'm about to go get in it. We'll come back. Was it at least like a cool truck or something?
No, it was like a brown Bronco.
Oh, wow. At least it wasn't a white Bronco. We'll come back. Kings basketball returns tonight. We'll dive into that. Oh, some headlines coming from the NFL's concussion protocol. Imagine that. Touch on that as D-Lo and Casey resume here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You guys said he was MVP candidate this year, and I said, no, he's not. That's where all this came from. He's not an MVP. He wasn't going to be an MVP candidate.
Oh, you took that the wrong way. Jesse, you know, like you very literally, like you, I wish to tell the whole story. Jesse's going on about the Broncos defense and how like they were a quarterback away. I was like, oh, if they're a quarterback away, then Russell Wilson's he's going to be an MVP candidate. I wasn't saying Russell Wilson is an MVP candidate. And then you went off about how he stinks. And I'm like, yo, Russell Wilson's going to win the MVP the first 8 weeks of the season and then lose it the last 9 weeks of the season. He does it every year. This year, I believe he's going to lose it now the first 8 weeks of the season and have a strong final 9 weeks of the season. He's never put together a full season where you go, man, this dude's he's an MVP candidate.
I remember somebody did this study about like, they were like, I think it was 2 years ago or a year ago. They were like, man, you know, people always talk about it's so crazy. Russ has never won an MVP. And then he
never got an MVP vote.
Yeah, but
that was the stat. He's never gotten a vote for MVP.
But they actually, once again, told the whole story. And they went through those years.
Yep. And
he was never getting a vote over who won the MVP.
Because he always falls at the end.
Wow.
Every time. Every single time. If they cast their MVP 8 weeks into the season, he have like 4 of them.
003. 003.
They're both bad.
That's a good one. Bad. I don't know. That video is terrible. Did you guys understand what Devin Booker, like what he was talking about in that post where he posted LeBron picture after losing to the
I didn't even see it. After losing to who?
On Devin Booker's IG. He took a picture of LeBron after I think that's when they lost to Dallas in the finals.
Oh, when LeBron lost to Dallas.
Yeah,
okay.
And he was like moved. You know, obviously it was after they lost to the 36ers. But I don't what is he? I don't know what he's trying to Is he mad? Is he? Because that was the time when LeBron said, "You guys can go back to your lives, and I can go back to mine." I don't know what he was trying to get across there, but it's all over the place.
Yeah, I missed that. I didn't see it. I watched that game last night though. Like, what the hell? What the hell is a 36er? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what he's
I don't get it.
I don't know. I don't feel like I don't know. Book's a little funny. He's a little funny. Why is he working out? Why is he working out in slides? Like, why, what is happening right now?
Who's that?
Devin Booker was doing Bulgarian split squats and slides. Bro, like, why would your trainer even allow you to do this? What are you doing? That's crazy. That'd be a tough one to explain. What happened to Devin Booker? Oh, he hurt his ankle. How? Well, he's doing Bulgarian split squats and slides.
That don't make no sense. Did you see that clip of Steph and Clay? Like,
Devin Booker's funny, man. I'm just gonna put
he is funny. Like I said, Devin Booker, he has some moments when, you know, I'd be like, yeah, we boo the hell out of him. And some moments where it's like, kind of like the way he gets down. Kind of no nonsense.
So 49ers Monday brought to you, it feels like a lot of nonsense, to be honest. 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. We'll talk a lot of 49ers in the final hour of the show. Of course, we'll be leading you into Monday Night Football when the San Francisco 49ers take on the Los Angeles Rams. Want to get to the Kings coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Do want to mention this. Saw this quite a bit over the weekend. There was a lot of discussion about Tua Tagovailoa. There was a lot of discussion about NFL concussion protocol. I believe we saw a report that the independent doctor who cleared Tua on Sunday, I think that was versus Buffalo, was fired by the NFL Players Association. Shortly after that, there was a report that the NFL Players Association and the NFL put out a joint statement, and they didn't confirm the report that was out there, but it said that if you something along the lines, I'll paraphrase, if you show, you know, the inability to respond, if you show the inability to walk, the inability to stand up, you don't get the opportunity to go back in the game. Like you're removed, and you, regardless of how the concussion protocol goes in the back, you aren't coming back. For those who want to understand a little bit more about the NFL's concussion protocol, I encourage you to go listen to the ESPN Daily podcast with Pablo Torre. He talks with Alex Smith for like an hour, and Alex Smith details the two concussions that he had, one in Kansas City, where he talked about what he went through in the back to get through, basically to get back on the field. Like when you can go through a couple of like really baseline tests. Where are you? Who are we playing? What did you have for breakfast this morning? You do that stuff like on the sideline, and then they'll make the decision to take it to the back. Once you go to the back, that's where you apparently you start doing stuff on a computer, and they're looking for response. They're looking for memory. They're looking for things like that. And he said as soon as he got taken to the back, he got this big rush of adrenaline because he knew he had to, as he says, ace the test to get back on the field. And this was in Kansas City. So the way that they tell the story is he talks about what happens in Kansas City first, and then he goes back and tells the story about what happened in San Francisco. Of course, San Francisco altered his entire career where he got a concussion, pretended he didn't. Like he got knocked essentially out for like the briefest of seconds, and he knew it and he felt it and he popped back up and pretended like nothing was wrong. And he couldn't, as he describes it, like he said there was like this star in front of him and he couldn't see straight. And so I think 1 or 2 plays later, he threw, it was like, I don't know if it was a screen pass or something, you probably remember, to Michael Crabtree. Crabtree takes off and gets a touchdown. Everyone was like, oh, he's fine. He gets to the sideline and he's like blinking. He's trying to like shake it off to where he finally, he tells someone something's wrong. Like I don't feel like I can see. Like I can see, but I can't see right. And that's when Cap came in. So Cap comes in, has the game that he has. They don't clear him for concussion. They don't clear him the next week. Cap has a monster first week as a starting quarterback. Alex Smith never starts another game for the San Francisco 49ers. So he's got all that in his mind as he's going through this in Kansas City. And he's like, and he was able to pass the test on the field that day or in the locker room that day to get back onto the field later on in the game.
Wow.
It's a really interesting firsthand perspective from a player who's been through this multiple different times. It's a really, if you want to learn more about the concussion process from the voice of an NFL player, it's a pretty amazing 50 some odd minutes to listen to.
I definitely wouldn't mind checking that out for sure. I remember that Alex Smith gets knocked woozy, gets concussed against the Rams. Cap comes in. That game leads to a tie. The Rams and 49ers tie that game. Alex isn't cleared to play till late the next one. I want to say it was Monday afternoon. And then it was Niners, Bears. Cap started and took off. One of the reasons why I remember that is I watched that game from the hospital with a little Reese on my chest. He had just been born
very nice.
24 hours before. And I said, turn the Niners game on.
Of course.
Turn the Niners game on.
Gotta have those priorities straight. It's an interesting listen, and clearly what happened to Tua was enough to spark some change. I think I saw something earlier. Tua's been rolled out for this weekend. He won't play. But happening on a standalone game on a Thursday night was enough to we've kind of faked our way through this for a while. We can't keep doing it.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about it, sad thing about it is, there'll be some some things brought up in right now and in the present, but slowly but surely it's just going to fade back to how it was.
Yep.
That's too bad, man. That's too bad.
It happens with everything.
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter was a thing for 2 months. Now Kanye's putting out clothes that, no, never mind. That's a different show. But yeah, so we'll see where this goes. But Tua's been rolled out for this weekend, and it looks like there appears to be some changes on the way regarding the handling, NFL's handling of concussions. I think the most important thing is if you show signs, and I don't think this should be exclusive to anyone who's like, the Tua clip where he can't stand up. Like I don't think it should be exclusive to that. If you get spotted by the official or the independent neurologist or whoever, that's it. You can't go back in that game. I feel very, very strongly about that. If you get spotted that you can't go back in the game.
The only thing that I would say about that is if you get spotted, what if they're wrong? I know it's easy, just err on the side of caution. But what if you like literally did take a bad step and they're like, whoa, that looked crazy. He's like, no, I didn't. Nothing happened to me.
Well,
I took a bad step.
You're relying on doctors. Like you're relying on people to understand their job. Like, because if you take a bad step and stumble, you take a bad step and stumble. But if you take a bad step and stumble after you just slammed your head on the ground, I'm willing to err on that mistake.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm like, if you make the call, hey, no, I'm okay. Yeah, still, you just got your head slammed against the ground, and for some reason you weren't able to walk. Mm-hmm. If you just get tackled or you slide and you get up and like everything's fine, then you take a bad step and stumble. As a doctor or a spotter or whoever, you've got to recognize he's fine. He's fine. Or even when you hit the ground, you're slow to get up. Why are you slow to get up? Well, because I just got tackled by a 280-pound monster. That's why. Not because I'm woozy, not because I hit my head on the ground, not because I have a concussion. I have to trust they know when they see it. They know what they're looking at. That's
true. I was just thinking of like,
and it'll happen.
Take them out. Like
it'll happen. Yeah, what you said, it'll happen.
Yeah, that'll be tough.
Like, someone will get it wrong.
Yeah. Hey, we're gonna go to whatever the next subject is. But before we do that, I just want to say
it's a hell of a tease. It's a hell of a tease from our partner right there. We're gonna go whatever the next subject.
I mean, this is what I'm saying is just a transition, but it's a needed transition. Because new text and emails show Brett Favre has been scamming poor people and children since 2015 and wanted to use prison labor to help build his projects so he wouldn't have to pay.
So what you're saying is Brett Favre should be in jail.
Absolutely. Lock him up.
This is our daily reminder to you that Brett Favre should, in fact, be in prison. If you or your business would like to sponsor this segment that Brett Favre should be in jail, email Rich Ripley at Odyssey.com. That's rich.ripley, rich.ripley at Odyssey.com. And you can sponsor our daily Brett Favre should be in jail segment.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine how great it would be for your business. Brett Favre should be in jail today, brought to you by Restore Health and Wellness. That's where I go to get my cryotherapy. How wonderful would that sound for your business? And believe me, we are not going to stop talking about Brett Favre needing to be in jail.
Nah, man, we got to keep the heat on this. This is ridiculous.
At this point, just let his ass rot there.
Yeah.
Just let him rot.
Because it keeps getting worse and worse. The more layers you peel back.
It really does. It really does. And maybe this is one of those things you were binge watching Law and Order the other day. Maybe they're in the building the case scene of this to where it's like, oh, we could get Brett Favre right now.
Right.
We could get Brett Favre for 2 to 5.
Mm-hmm.
But we keep finding stuff. Now we're at 5 to 7.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can get him 7 to 10.
Yeah.
We can get Brett Favre to a point because it doesn't feel like Brett Favre can flip on anybody because everybody's already flipped on Brett Favre. He's last man standing trying to hold out and protect himself. And they're all like, nah, it was the quarterback. It was the quarterback, the guy with the Wranglers in the copper fit. It was that guy.
It was Kareem Akbar. He's the real head of the CMB. The educated brother from the bank. Yeah. Him. This will be about the time when
blaming it on the light skin brother.
When Benson tries to get the DA, like, no, we got to go get him now, and the DA is like, well, I could bring him in, but like, there's a chance, like, if we don't have this piece of evidence, he can get off, and that'll be our one shot. And Benson is like, let's lock him up. Yeah. And the DA's like, well, I need more. Can you get me more? I think there's enough for Favre though.
Soren's right. The Brett Favre daily segment, he should be in jail, is going to be like EJ's Nito stat of the night, brought to you by nobody.
Our boys are back tomorrow.
I know, man. That's exciting. Well,
inside the NBA, I think it's back tomorrow.
Your boys are back tonight.
Okay, Lake Show.
Settle
down.
It's our Sacramento Kings versus Kenny's Los Angeles Lakers.
No, God damn it. No.
That might have been a little over the top. I'm sorry.
Okay, Lake Show.
This will be interesting for a couple of reasons. Both teams with new coaches who have preached defensive accountability. Of course, with Darvin Ham, every defensive accountability story starts and ends with Russell Westbrook. I assume he's looking for accountability from the rest of the guys, and that has been the conversation with Mike Brown as well. Obviously, Mike Brown, if you read John Hollinger's overly negative and bordering sarcastic column in the I don't know why he hates Sacramento, or maybe that's just his shtick. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, Sacramento's they've been a mess, and unless you're locked in and dialed into what they're doing, maybe you're not into. Yeah, I think Sacramento, for a lot of these guys, like the Hollinger guys and every other national media member who's kind of hedged their bet when it comes to the Sacramento Kings, I think we'll believe it when we see it type thing.
And that's fair. I get that. But you can say all that and still present unbiasedly what went on in the offseason.
I thought Hollinger's column was a bit trashy, but maybe I'm too close. I don't know. I felt like he threw a lot of stuff in there. He threw some stuff in there about Vivek being a bigger fan of the Warriors than he is the Kings. There was a bunch of stuff.
With anything.
It's like, what exactly? It was like, what does this have to do with your assessment of the Sacramento Kings? And then there was another line in here. Of course, he, like many of these guys who want us to believe they're so significantly smarter than us, are still harping on Tyrese Halliburton's trade. Again, Tyrese Halliburton is going to make Michael Jordan look like me. That's how good Tyrese is. Like, Michael Jordan ain't going to be able to get in a pickup game by the time Tyrese Halliburton's career is over. But there was a line in here: 1 step forward, 2 steps back, 3 chefs in the kitchen. That's been the Sacramento Kings way. That's been the Sacramento way going on 2 decades now, and it hasn't changed lately. Really? 1 step forward, 2 steps back, 3 chefs in the kitchen. That's the narrative around this team right now? Because I cover this team every day while y'all dudes are on vacation. Explain to me how that's the case now. Last year, fine. Year before, fine. Years before D'Lo and KC started, fine. But you said that's the case now.
Right.
I'm going to need an explanation. Of course, he doesn't offer one. He goes to talk about the playoff drought and then the Kings' desperate need to make the playoffs, which is why they traded Tyrese Halliburton, the greatest player to ever exist in the history of mankind. I once heard Tyrese beat Jesus 21-0. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, easy.
Jesus ain't got no left, and Tyrese was like,
Tyrese cut that off. No, the funny thing about that is,
your Lord and Savior right here? You got to be kidding me.
The funny thing about that is that would imply that Tyrese played defense to know that Jesus had no left. And I got to tell you, I didn't see much of that when I was here in Sacramento. But see, this is the problem. This is what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to disparage Tyrese Halliburton because other people are just not handling business correctly. I'm not even going to say anything disparaging to these people. I'm just going to say they're caught up on something that isn't even the case. So I'm not going to start talking bad about Tyrese because I like Tyrese as a player. I think he's a good ball player. I think he is. All right. But the people just going over the board, man.
Well, Jacob said he shook him out of his flip-flops, and I couldn't keep a straight face.
Shook out of his Jesus sandals.
Oh, man.
The Tyrese is a heck of a ball player, but I don't understand. I just don't see him the same way. It seems like a lot of people see him. But here's the other thing about that. Like, when you
just wish y'all had covered Tyrese like that when he was here.
Of course they didn't. And all he did was lose when he went to his new location, and none of that matters.
That's anymore. Okay, because that's the plan. Okay,
yeah, none of that matters. But when you talk about Hollinger and you talk about the line about him, too many chefs in the kitchen again, and all this other stuff, that's where I have a problem. And I don't hold weight in anything you say because you're not doing your homework. You could easily listen to D-Lo and KC, the best sports radio show in Sacramento, and you can get a better feel of what's going on instead of relying on national guys like yourself who don't know what you're talking about. The only one that I know consistently, I'll never question what he says about Sacramento because I know he does the work, is Zach Lowe. Mm-hmm. That's it. I know Zach Lowe watches. I know Zach Lowe is talking to people not only nationally, but locally to figure out what's going on. He watches them with his own two eyes numerous times to evaluate them. So when he says something, whether I agree or disagree, I know it comes from a place of somebody who actually is doing their homework. John Hollinger didn't do his homework. It's clear as day. He didn't do. He wrote a preview on the Kings the same way I would write a preview on the Hornets right now. Well, they don't have Bridges anymore. There's a new head coach there. LaMelo's entering his third year, but you got to be real. There's got to be questions about whether he's going to stick around for the long haul when you talk about LaMelo Ball. They were trying to move on from Gordon Hayward. They weren't able to do that. And, there's just some things that are unclear about what they're able to do in the Eastern Conference. That's it. It's my preview. I could be right. On the surface, I have a lot of stuff done, but I also don't get paid to cover the Charlotte Hornets. So it's okay for me to do that. Hollinger, you get paid to cover every single team in the NBA flawlessly and know everything that's going on with them. And the fact that he doesn't and others like him handle it the same way, me as a consumer, it's unacceptable.
But it's almost like I guess unless you're in Sacramento, you're playing to your audience by making fun of the Kings. Because this is another part that stood out to me that's almost like this is just really insulting. That takes us to the other weird thing about the Kings offseason. The Friends of Mike Brown approach to filling out the back end of the roster. The Kings signed washed and fringy guys who played for Brown before in the NBA. Kent Bazemore, Matthew Dellavedova, and Quinn Cook. And two guys who played for him with the Nigerian national team, Chime Moneki and KZ Okpala. Meanwhile, they didn't use their biannual exception at all and basically punted on getting something genuinely useful for the last three spots on their roster. So I would ask John Hollinger this, and maybe it's worth getting him on the phone to have this conversation.
Jamius?
Who the hell are you referring to? Who are the Sacramento Kings going to sign with that? Like, what are you talking about? Okay, you don't like Kent Bazemore. You don't like Matthew Dellavedova. You don't like Quinn Cook, Chime Moneki, or KZ Okpala. Fine. How would you build this roster out of an unemployed general manager? You tell me.
Right.
How would you fill out the back end of this roster with guys like Bazemore, Dellavedova, Quinn Cook, Chime Moneki, KZ Okpala? I'm just going to guess those guys don't crack Mike Brown's 9 to 10 man rotation. So who are you going to bring in that is an impactful player that's going to be better than that? Tell me, guy who doesn't work in a front office anymore and writes for The Athletic.
All right. And that's a perfect point, Damien. Because if I wanted to be that way, I could be that way. I'd be like, you are going to criticize somebody building a team, Mr. Getting fired from that job?
Just what?
It wasn't good enough.
What are you
your
gonna
thoughts
do
on basketball
there?
and building a team wasn't good enough. So we should listen to you. If I wanted to be that type of guy, I could be that type of guy. I'm not going to disparage this man. He's doing his job. But
Mr.
let's just be real.
Hollinger.
You want to call people washed and fringe. You're a washed and fringe NBA executive. That's
what did you do to fill out the back end of the Memphis Grizzlies roster?
That got you fired.
What star player, what useful player did you bring in? Like, if you want to be critical of Malik Monk, that's one thing. If you want to be critical of Kevin Huerter, that's another thing. Because those are legitimately players, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the roster. Oh, you're going at KZ Okpala and Chime Moneki? Like, come on. And I think he likes one of these guys. I think it's Moneki. I think he likes Chime Moneki. He crapped all over KZ Okpala but I think he likes Chime Moneki. It's just, I thought it was so weird. Like, that's what you're being critical of, is he brought in guys he's familiar with, but do you do that when Miami keeps Udonis Haslem around?
Right.
I don't get it. I mean, I just, it's so odd to me.
Yeah, and he can think whatever he wants of the Sacramento Kings win total, if he thinks they're going to be good or not.
37 and 45, 10th place he has them.
That's whatever. It's just the disparaging of some of those guys on the roster that doesn't sit well with me. But also it's the fact that I just don't think he did his homework. Like, he's saying things that just, to me, you didn't do the due diligence to understand what was going on here, and then to turn that around and speak so matter-of-factly about what's going on. I'm holding you to a higher standard. That's your job. Your job is to figure out exactly what's going on. There's others in your profession who do it at a high level and handle it that way. I expect you to do it if you're going to talk so matter-of-factly about things.
He just couldn't admit that Keegan, I mean, he talks highly about Keegan Murray, but also throws in, should the Kings have opted for Benedict Mathurin? That could be a question for years to come. All right. I think you automatically lose me when you start like taking shots at Vivek.
Right.
Like that okay. Now what does that have to do? That doesn't have to do with anything.
Like I said, I don't have no patience for the laziness, man. Zach Lowe, I don't know Zach Lowe to be as lazy when he talks about.
I don't think Zach Lowe does anything but watch basketball. I just realized we need to go to a break. We'll step out. We'll come back. More Kings basketball ahead. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. We've got 49ers football tonight. We've got Kings basketball tonight, and we've got you covered here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I'm watching this Celtics game. They got Jack Layman. For whatever reason, I always kind of liked him as a ball player. He's on the Celtics. He just got a hand one. I think he used to be in Portland. Have fun with it too. Look at LiAngelo out there. Celtics beat the brace out the.
Yeah, you watching the replay too?
Yeah.
You know who I really like? Marcus Spears. I like Marcus Spears a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
The replay. It's a replay.
Yeah. Oh, he almost fell. LiAngelo almost dropped him. And then LiAngelo shot an air ball after he almost dropped him. Jello.
It's taking Aaron too damn long to hit these home runs, man. I've lost interest. Man, that's Javonte Williams.
Carlos,
that's brutal.
I don't root for the Kangs. All right, we don't do that. It's Kings. Okay? That's what I root for. I don't subscribe to that Kangs nonsense.
Ryan Russillo is usually pretty fair too. He watches. He's a lot like Zach Lowe, and that I think that dude just lives basketball.
Yeah, Ryan is good at that too. And those guys, it's not about whether or not I agree with what they say all the time. I just know they do the work. Like, I know they're like actually watching, and whatever their opinion is, it's off of like actually watching what's going on.
Do preseason Drake bars?
No preseason Drake.
No?
No
Oh.
Drake bars are for the regular season and the playoffs.
Wow.
But look, that doesn't mean I'm not in the lab.
Drake bar? Just get one line?
Maybe.
One line yeah.
Whoa.
What I see, take.
I know. I'm telling you, I'm putting a double disc out there.
Man,
I'm putting a double disc out there this year.
We're gonna put out that Chris Brown joint that came out a little while ago. What's up, Deuce?
We always know that's Deuce because Mo doesn't watch us.
I don't blame her.
I'm just joking, Mo. She's so busy though.
Jill just tweeted, "Preach." I don't know what she's talking about, but it came from
you talking about Hollinger. Do some more. Those are my people. What? It's the beginning of the month. We got Do Some More coming up?
I think Thursday.
Well, I don't know about Thursday.
Oh shoot. So Thursday's gonna work.
For them.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah.
No, I thought that was Jemias Ramsey right there. No, it wasn't him.
I'll text Deuce tonight. Because I didn't run this idea by Jeff first either. So the email chain is going on, and I don't want to respond to Aaron yet until I talk to Jeff. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. We've got 49ers game day coming up in the 3 o'clock hour of the show. We'll get you ready for the San Francisco 49ers and the Los Angeles Rams tonight, Monday Night Football, and, of course, Kings basketball.
And look, we haven't gotten there yet, Damien. We haven't talked about it yet.
Let's get there. I don't know where we're going, but let's go.
You know, sometimes like people tune in the show. They know I'm a Niner fan. And you got the haters out there, as Mace said, they want to be tough guys all of a sudden, you know? Actually, Puffy said that on Mace's record. But Niners lose, they want to come in here, see how I react to it. You know, they just want to see me in pain and see me upset, right? And sometimes I don't have that. I'm not upset. So, you know, they leave upset because they didn't see me upset over the 49ers. Well, for those people who like to see that or like to see me squirm, I'm squirming today. I'm squirming today. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I don't know what's going to happen. They got to find a way to win this game tonight, and I'm not confident. And you know why I'm not confident?
About the Lakers?
No.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You're talking about the 49ers. That's my bad. Sorry, that's twice. I won't make any more Lakers.
Talk about the Niners, man. I'm not sure, man. I'm just not. You know, and a lot of that has to do with. I was thinking about it today. Mm-hmm. A lot of that has to do with Jimmy Garoppolo. And I like Jimmy. I do. But my confidence in him is going down, 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 down.
Yep.
And I thought about it today. I was like, yo, if the Niners had Jimmy Garoppolo playing good football, I'd be confident in this game because I don't think the Rams are that good. I really don't. I mean, one of the things about one of the things about the NFL, Damien, nobody's really that good. I think Kansas City, Buffalo, and that may be where it ends. And then it's everybody else in the NFL. Like, nobody's that good. So it's not really about the Rams. It's more so about I don't know what I'm getting from Jimmy Garoppolo tonight. And I'm leaning towards I'm getting a mid performance from Jimmy Garoppolo at best. And this is somebody that likes Jimmy. And I'm like, I was sitting there thinking, when was the last time Jimmy had a good game? When was the last time? I don't know. I think Cincinnati last year. Maybe I got to look at the numbers on that one. I don't even remember what that was looking like. Minnesota last year, I'm not sure. Like definitively, like, yo, no, Jimmy was playing good. When was the last time we got that game from him? Detroit opening week 1 last year? I don't know. And that's the whole thing that just worries. I don't know what I'm getting from the quarterback. And that essentially has me terrified.
I used this analogy last night, and I'm curious what you think about this.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy and Kyle are married, and they really want a divorce, but they're like trying to get through the last year of, before the kid goes away to college, and they're trying to figure out the bills and the mortgage and what to sell, and they're still living in the same house because they can't afford to live separately. Like they do not want to be together anymore, but they can't function as a unit anymore, but they can't fully separate yet. That feels like Kyle and Jimmy right now. They want to break up, but they're stuck together because of the kids, and they're stuck together because of the bills and the mortgages, and it costs the $200 every time you go to the damn grocery store and $100 to get gas. They can't break up. They can't afford to live alone.
Yeah.
And they're just waiting it out a little bit long. It was supposed to be over. They had found new loves, but didn't work out. And this doesn't feel like last year. I don't think Jimmy wants to be here. I don't think Jimmy wants to play for the 49ers. I don't think Kyle Shanahan wants Jimmy to play for the 49ers. I just think they're stuck and they're trying to get through it because it's the best possible outcome for everyone involved. If they get through this successfully, it's great for Kyle and it's great for Jimmy. And
I think you're spot on with that. The thing about it though is you can't just get through it and suck. Like that is not, let's just get through it here and we'll move on. If you stink Jimmy Garoppolo all year, you're dropping the bag. Like, I don't care how bad you don't like Kyle or you don't want to be here. You have to play good to get what you ultimately want, which is another big-time contract.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh, no, man. I've been thinking about this game all day. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
You don't. I can't think of another game where you behave like this. I don't even think you were like this into the playoff game last year.
My confidence in Jimmy is at an all-time low. It's at an all-time low. I have not felt this bad about Jimmy Garoppolo in a long time. I'm sitting here trying to think of, against Cincinnati, it was 27 of 41, 296, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. I guess that's a good game from Jimmy. Good game. Tennessee threw for 322, but he had a touchdown and 2 picks. In the game against the Rams, he threw for 16, but had a touchdown and 2 picks. Who's this? Arizona, they lost this game. Chicago. Maybe that was the last good game, Chicago. But look, even here, he was 17 of 28, 322, no touchdowns and no interceptions. Now he ran for 2 touchdowns, but he couldn't even throw one into the end zone at that point.
So I think the best thing the 49ers have going for them is the Rams are a bit of a struggle. Okay, hey, get it together, buddy. We've got 2 more out. I'm gonna get you through this. I can't promise I'm gonna make you feel better by the time that this is all over, but we'll get you through it. I'm not comfortable with this game with the 49ers either. I don't like this, but there is something that gives me pause with the 49ers and the Rams today in favor of the 49ers. And we'll talk about that. We got game day coming up 1 hour from now. I don't think James Ham is going to be with us. Normally he's with us in the 3:00 hour, but because we'll talk a little bit of Kings in that final hour for sure, of course, because we got Kings Lakers tonight. But we'll be talking a lot 49ers and Rams headed into the pregame show. I think we're on to like 4:15 today as well. A couple of quick things before we get to the Sportscenter update. You see Tyler Hero's bag?
Oh, man. He got the bag.
130?
Yeah.
Worth it?
Yeah, I think so. All things considered, that's the going rate. Like, yeah, some people were saying now this is, a double-edged sword maybe, but some people were saying he should have been 6th man of the year last year.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're looking like, yo, did you hear what you just said? 130 for a guy that should have been 6th man of the year. Like 130, that's my starting guy. I understand that, but he's good enough to start. It was circumstantial in that situation. Yeah. So, yeah, 130 is okay for Tyler Hero.
Yeah, I like Tyler Hero. He was the focal point of he had to be the focal point of trade discussions that involved Kevin Durant or I don't know if Donovan Mitchell was absolutely linked to the Heat. I think Donovan Mitchell to the Heat was close early, and it wound up not happening for whatever reason. Did you see the Celtics won a preseason game by 41 yesterday?
Yeah, they beat the brakes off the Hornets.
Did you see the Suns lost to a team called the 36ers?
Oh, I watched that one.
I did too.
I watched that one.
I was like, oh, they're
going
down
on at halftime. I was like, oh, let me turn this on. Let me see what's going on.
What happened at halftime?
No, I just saw the halftime score. They were down.
You saw the halftime score. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I was like, oh man, nobody's playing. I was like, hey, that's Ayton. Oh, that's Booker. Oh, the Suns are playing. Oh, okay. I don't know. Celtics win by 41. Suns lose to a team called the 36ers. Can you take away anything from either of those two games?
Well, I can't take much away from the Celtics game, but oddly enough, I'm taking a little bit away from that Suns game.
Yeah, me too.
I think especially since we talked about it last week, and we were like, this is a team that might find themselves in the play-in.
Yeah.
I think the clock has struck midnight for this Cinderella. I don't know what Chris Paul you're going to get. Devin Booker is going to be good, but is he going to grow frustrated with some things? DeAndre Ayton, I just watched the game. I could be completely wrong, but I'm just watching. He looks completely detached from that team. Like he's just here so he don't get fined. Let me get my buckets, whatever the case may be. They're going to miss Jay Crowder. I don't know if Cam Johnson is ready to play that Jay Crowder role. I don't know what the bench is looking like. I don't know. I'm not liking what I see from Phoenix. They're gonna miss some JaVale McGee too, if you ask me.
Yeah. Now these could be some wild assumptions about the Phoenix Suns, and we'll make some wild assumptions about the Sacramento Kings, who take the floor tonight against the Los Angeles Lakers. Here, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app as we go to the Sportscenter update.
Now, from the Sacramento Sports Desk, a Sportscenter update on ESPN 1320.
All right, as we mentioned earlier, the Kings open up preseason tonight against the Lakers. You can catch that at 7:30 on NBA TV. There's 2 spots open in the Kings starting lineup, so that'll be an interesting watch as the season gets closer. Mike Brown not the only one making his debut for a team tonight. We got Brooklyn Nets forward Ben Simmons, who's expected to make his debut. Interestingly enough, against the 76ers. Simmons missed all of last season waiting for a trade and dealt with back issues since he got to Brooklyn. We got more injury news in the NFL. Atlanta Falcons running back Cordell Patterson is being put on injured reserve after having a knee procedure done, but is expected back sooner rather than later. In happier news, Washington Commanders running back Brian Robinson Jr. is activated off the non-football injury list. He's missed the start of the season due to being shot multiple times in an attempted robbery. We're getting closer to Monday Night Football action with the 49ers taking on the Rams. If the Niners pick up the win tonight, then every team in the NFC West today will have a 2-2 record. Coverage for the game begins tonight at 4:15 on ESPN 1320. Heading to the MLB, all but one of the divisions are locked up. The Mets were swept by the Braves over the weekend and now sit 2 games back of the Braves for the NL East lead. Both teams have separate 3-game series coming up to end the season, and the Giants are playing for 500 to wrap up the season, and they start their series tonight with Padres at 6:40. Thanks for listening to this SportsCenter update. I'm Jesse Tapia with ESPN 1320.
Whoa, that boy got the timing down. I'm telling you, come on, man.
Let's go.
That's best of Sacramento, Jesse Tapia right there.
Let's go.
Good stuff.
Well, that's what I'm talking about right there.
Now, we just talked about the Suns losing to the 36ers of I think it's the Australian Basketball League.
They weren't even that good. Like, they hit like 20-some threes. They were cooking from beyond the arc. But, I mean, like I said, I was watching the game, and they're not bad ball players, but there was plenty of times when it was like, okay, this is NBA and it's an Australian team. Like, they weren't that good, and they worked the Suns last night.
And we already have our feelings on Phoenix, and we're just waiting to see kind of how that plays out.
Mm-hmm.
What's a wild assumption that we get? What, like, if the Kings beat the Lakers tonight, what would the wildest assumption we could make tomorrow be? I mean, could we are we coming in here tomorrow after Fox and Sabonis have a good night talking about one All-Star for the Sacramento Kings? I'm talking about two. I'm talking about the Fox and the Ox.
The wildest
Keegan Murray, Rookie of the Year.
See,
I told y'all about Keegan Murray.
That's the one that came to my mind first, was Keegan Rookie of the Year. But I don't know if that's that wild, though. I'm trying to think of a more wild one.
Keegan Murray going Candace Parker winning the Rookie of the Year and an MVP. Going to be the greatest rookie we've seen since Tyrese Halliburton.
Would it be Fox and Sabonis both make an All-Star game?
Yeah, it'd be something centered on those two.
Like, because that's asking a lot. I think to have two All-Stars this year, yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that. Like, you're not getting two All-Stars. At least I can't imagine that. You might get one. Two All-Stars will be like, yo, that's crazy.
Like, real. If the Kings got an All-Star, which one do you think it's more likely to be?
My first thought is Sabonis, just because of the position. But who are we talking? We're talking about Jokic. What other centers are at that? But
they don't do centers, though, do they? Isn't it? I mean, it might be framed as something else. Isn't it front court and back court?
Yeah, it's a little different. It's a little different than it always has.
It still
been.
Would make
but you
it
still
tough.
try to take two. Yeah, try to take two centers or a big guy. And I'm just trying to think.
I mean, Gobert's gone. No, Gobert's
there.
He's still here. Yeah, he's in Minnesota.
There. Gobert, they depending on what goes on, Ayton, maybe AD.
Ayton. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, Anthony Davis. Yeah, sure. Anthony Davis.
So there's not a lot of people for them to take over Sabonis. Like, I could see Sabonis having a better season than everybody but AD and Jokic. I could see him being better than Gobert.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Fox, but the point being, like, Fox, when you talk about the point guard in the West, I know some people left, or guard in the West, I know some people left, but they're still stacked. You know what I'm saying? They're still stacked. They got Ant-Man, they got Dame, Stephen Clay, Jordan Poole may make a jump. Kawhi and Paul George.
That would be wild.
Jordan Poole made it?
With Clay and Steph?
Man.
That would be insane.
Devin Booker. I'm just going down the list right here. Luka. I mean, Jalen Green, I don't think he's ready to make it.
It's gonna be a tough squad to make.
He's gonna have to have a hell of a season in the first half. Yeah.
Wait till the Kings get 3 All-Stars and you throw Keegan Murray in there. Or just to throw it in John Hollinger's face, KZ Okpala. Hey, bro, you're really picking on KZ Okpala? Like, give me a break.
It's uncalled for, man. It's uncalled for. This is why the athletes.
He really called these dudes washed. That is so offensive. Are you kidding me? Say these dudes were washed. Like, no, it's Quinn Cook definitely didn't play for the Stockton Kings last year. It doesn't make any sense for him to be here, other than he knows Mike Brown. That dude's funny, man.
Yeah, I just don't like his style. Like, and to be honest with you, if it was, like I said, if it was Zach Lowe or Ryan Russillo who called those guys washed, I probably wouldn't feel any type of way. But it's Hollinger. And Hollinger always, I just don't like his vibe.
This franchise that has had neither made the playoffs nor had a 500 season since 2006. It's very possible either or both streaks come to a close in the next 2 seasons, at least by a whisker, which would be good, I guess. Yeah, John, it would be. I don't know why they're, and I'm sure the review for teams like Houston is going to be glowing, right? Or a team like San Antonio. Here's and we talked about this all the time. Like, oh, it's okay though, Kenny, because San Antonio is an organization that knows how to win. So what they're doing right now makes complete sense. Same with Utah. Danny Ainge has shown us before. It really boils down to Portland. And I said it last year and was right. Mm-hmm. Some circumstances. I don't need to Doc Rivers.
No, we don't need to tell the whole story. No, not at all.
I don't think Portland's going to be good this year. So whether that means Portland isn't good and they're in the same category as the Kings, or Portland isn't good and they're comfortably behind the Kings, I'm not really sure. I'm not buying Portland, even with the return of Dame. I'm a Dame guy too, but I don't think you did enough. Like, I don't know what his write-up, maybe I'll pull that up after the show. I don't know what his write-up, if he's done one yet on Portland was. I don't know. They made it. They did a few, like, oh, it's okay.
Gary Payton,
yeah, like they
Anthony
did.
Simons, Jeremy Grant, little things here and there.
I like Gary. Is Gary Payton the equivalent of, is Gary Payton a bigger acquisition than Malik Monk or Kevin Huerter?
Not at all. Not at all.
Keep this. I hope they keep the same energy when talking about that team. Who did Chauncey Billups fill out the back end of his roster with? I'm sure all stars. I'm sure they used. I'm sure they were able to get in on all of the big stars to come play with Damon Portland. That was just such a weird attack to me.
But it's
Mike like Brown and friends.
Like I said, my thing, to be honest with you, I'm just not. I don't feel his vibe, man. I'm not a big fan of his vibe. Because, like I said, if Lowe or Russillo would have said washed guy, like, all right, I probably wouldn't have used that wording either, but I understand. You guys watch. You guys know what it is. Just don't know. I don't think he does his homework. I don't think Hollinger does his homework on teams like this. He may know everything about the Lakers, Celtics, Sixers, and Warriors. He may do his homework extensively on those teams to talk so matter-of-factly. But I don't believe he does his homework enough on the Kings to speak so matter-of-factly.
Could the Lakers, who won 33 games last year, win 41 if Anthony Davis plays 55?
How many did he play last year?
I absolutely should have had that before.
55. So
I feel like it's in
30 games.
I feel like it's in the area of it. Might have even been less.
Can they win 41?
It was 40. He played 40 last year. He played 40 games. They won 33.
55 games. Can they win 41? I mean, yeah, they can. I'd be a little nervous about that number if he only played 55 games. But they can. I'll answer your question and say, yeah, they can.
Are you more confident in the Lakers or the Blazers?
The Lakers.
Do you think the Blazers are they in the Kings tier? Are they back? Are they above?
Yeah, I think the Blazers are in that play-in tier. I don't even
bottom play.
I don't even think they get as high as 7 or 8. I think they're a 9-10 type team.
I know we've done this exercise before, man, but 40, 36, 62 in the 72, and 56 the year before. Those are Anthony Davis's last 4 seasons.
It's one of the reasons. Number one, I mean, I want to see the young guy healthy, so there's that. But one of the things that makes me feel like he's going to play a lot this year is because everybody is so out on him playing. Like, I think he'll find a way to play this year. I couldn't imagine him getting hurt again to the point where he only plays 40 games.
Yeah, that would be 3 seasons in a row. That's 3 seasons below 50. He's never done that. That's never happened before. He did have those 2 seasons where he played 75. I feel like if you could get in the vicinity of, I think getting into 60 is the game changer for the Lakers. If Anthony Davis is 60 plus games, they're good. And that's on par with his career. I mean, I don't know what the average is. I don't know if I can figure this out here right quick. The average number of games that he's played in his career. I don't know if this will give me the average. And it won't. So, but it, there's seasons of 65, 66, 67, 61, 64. You get to that, I'd be concerned about this Lakers team.
Yeah, I think they're a 7 to 10 type team. I do.
But I could see them being 7. I can't see the Trailblazers being 7.
No, not at all. Not at all. And then also you talk about wins. I always feel like if people overrate the number of wins it's going to take to get into the play-in. Like they talk about, I think Hollinger, after all that, has the Kings 10th,
which is a play-in spot.
Yeah, at 37 wins. I mean, that sounds about right. Like I think 10 is going to be around 35 to 37 wins.
That would have
and when you talk about that,
9th last year.
Yeah. And when you talk about that, you're talking about, did they do enough to improve 5 games, to get 5 wins? Absolutely. Like they don't actually pay attention to it until it's like in front of their face. But they always talk like, oh my God, we talk about all the time, the West it's going to be so crazy to get in that play-in. Like, no, you're going to need about 35 wins to get in the play-in.
We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more NBA. We got Kings basketball tonight, Kings and the Lakers. We've got the San Francisco 49ers and the Los Angeles Rams on NBA TV as well. We'll look back at the weekend in the NFL. Much more ahead as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right,
let's see. Uh-oh. There we go. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Big ups to Ryan. Big ups to my man Jovan, the whole crew over there. Shout out to my people over at Jordan Brand. You know what it is. All my people over there always showing love. 13th round. We didn't get any announcements over the weekend about one of the matches that everybody wants to see, which is Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. But it does feel like we got a little bit closer to another match that everybody wants to see. And quite honestly, I think this one is about a done deal. And that's Gervonta Tank Davis against Ryan Garcia. Both of these guys on their Instagram pages had, posts of, do you want to see this fight? Or it was like real cryptic, right? Like Gervonta on his page had a picture of him, Ryan, kind of like in a mocked up face off or something like that. And he said something about you whisper when you speak about me and all this other stuff. And then Ryan Garcia did the same thing. And he had a corny post that was just straight out of carbon copy trash talk. Like it was garbage, but that's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is they're both acknowledging it. They're both looking like they're going in that direction. I think that fight happens. Does it happen in December? I don't know. It's either December or January. There's also Oscar De La Hoya last week. He was on TMZ or something like that. Somebody caught him on a golf course, asked him about it. He said, yeah, it looks like that fight's going to happen in January. We all know Oscar lies routinely, so you can't just take that to the bank. But there's enough going around right now that tells me that fight's going to happen. And I've been told you, That's a top 3, if not biggest fight in boxing today. Tank versus Ryan is one for the ages right now. I love to see it. I hope it happens. Let's just sit back and wait. It's the 13th round. Casey, did you know most of the people in the world is undefeated in professional boxing? No, I didn't really know that. I don't even know how true that is, but Fury, I wish he would retire again. I really do. Just go away. Go away. The game would be so much better without Tyson Fury around. No, Dr. David, it's because Bud keep running his mouth. That's all it was. Charlo just chilling, mind his own business. Bud keeps running his mouth. Now, I agree. He needs to fight at 54 and 60 or whatever the case may be. But at the same time, he's already wiped out. He's undisputed champ at 154. So he's done his job there. If Bud want to keep running his mouth, you know, put your money where your mouth is. Terrence Crawford is he gotta I don't know how to say. I've always believed Terrence Crawford was waiting for Errol Spence to move out of the 147 division.
Me too.
You said you too, Jesse?
No, I said that.
Oh. No. Yeah, you know. You know. I've always believed that. Jay Hardaway, the fight's there to get done. Just get the fight done. Sign the contract. Sign the contract. Bud a good fighter. Errol Spence is the bigger fighter on fight night. And he will walk. I think he walks Bud down. No, where was Manny playing yesterday? I didn't see that, but I've seen him shoot before. His form is nasty. Gilchrist like.
You always get so worked up for those 13th rounds, man. I love it.
Well, you know, it's a testy time right now. We got fights that should happen in danger. We got another fight that is Damian. This fight goes down.
Mm-hmm.
This is one you're gonna want to watch. This is one everybody gonna know about if it goes down. If Tank versus Ryan happens, this is gonna be one to captivate the general public.
Okay.
This is a match. This is a star making match. Ryan versus Tank. Tank versus Ryan. Excuse me.
Oh. Okay.
Got to say it right.
Well, you always tell me I got to watch Tank, so I'm down for that. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. You get more 49ers coverage. Coming up in about 40 minutes, 49ers Game Day jumps off. It'll be a unique edition of 49ers Game Day. Of course, we've got the 49ers and the Rams coming up in prime time tonight, but we're going to sprinkle in not only a little Kings content, but 1 hour from right now, we'll be giving away tickets to see the Sacramento Kings opening night at the Golden One Center. We've got you covered. That's going to be about $320. We've got those tickets. So the best thing for you to do, if you want to win those tickets, we've got them all week. The best thing for you to do is listen every day from noon to 4. I think that's the way that assures that you have an opportunity to win. Mm-hmm. Just listen 12 to 4 every day. Maybe tell your friends. Maybe download Corners of the Culture podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Bruh. Wait till y'all see what we got coming to DLoandKC.com.
DLoandKC.com about to go up.
Yeah, it's about to
go up in the next month or so.
It's about to be a little different. I shot Donnie a couple of messages on Saturday. and woke up to messages that came through to our phones at 2:53 a.m. And when these joints hit the website, boy, watch out. Y'all wanted Corners of the Culture merchandise? Y'all are going to get Corners of the Culture merchandise.
Yeah, man. It's about to go up.
Yeah, it's going to be heat. We might give the chat a little preview here. We'll give the chat a little preview here during the next commercial break. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, we welcome everybody listening on the Odyssey app. That's the best way to listen to us, especially if you're in the car. You never get cut off, never lose us. You're with us through the entire program. Let's touch on a couple of NFL things before we get back to the Kings and the Lakers tonight. Of course, it's the Rams and the 49ers tonight. The Raiders get their first win of the season. Sarah Hodges is unbearable right now. She's tagging me in posts on Twitter like Raider Nation is feeling it. And as we said, which Sarah conveniently ignored, you had to get that one. You had to get that one against Denver, and you can find yourself back in this because we thought the AFC West would be the most difficult division in the league, and maybe it might wind up that way. I think Los Angeles is playing through some aches and pains and some injuries right now. Kansas City is very, very good. Las Vegas hasn't found their footing yet, and Denver's offense is a disaster. If their defense didn't crumble at all yesterday, it just dropped down a notch. That was enough to lose. Yeah. And so that division hasn't quite shook out the way we thought. So the tough part for the Raiders is you've got Kansas City waiting for you, and Kansas City might be the best team in football right now.
Yeah, man. That's the thing that, is staring you in the face next Monday night, a week from tonight in Kansas City. That is going to be a tough environment to win in. But if you're the Raiders, you don't necessarily look at that as a daunting task. You look at that as an opportunity. Monday night, we're just as good as these guys. We got just as much talent. We go into Kansas City, win a game like that. Not only are we gaining a game in the standings, but we're winning a game that, maybe people have penciled in as a loss. KC at KC on Monday night. All of a sudden, we're 2-3. We're in 2-3. We've got an opportunity to get right back in this thing with one win against Kansas City. So if you're the Raiders, yesterday's win it saved your season, first of all, because while I don't think 0-3 is a death blow, I do think 0-4 would have been. Yeah. So you saved your season, and now everybody's going to be going crazy over the Chiefs for the next week. You're going to be talking about how great they are and all this other stuff, and all you got to do is sit back, do your homework, and get ready to play them on Monday night and try and get them one night. That's all you got to do. It's not serious. Just try and get them one night. You got the extra day of rest. See if you can bring home a win. Make it 2-3 on the season.
It doesn't feel like any team is really pulling away right now. We saw a hell of a comeback win for the Buffalo Bills yesterday. The Ravens were up 20-3 at one point after a Justin Tucker field goal in the second quarter, and the Bills just chipped away at it. And a fourth down call, I think it was on the 2-yard line.
Yeah.
Saw Lamar Jackson, instead of the Ravens going for the points, kicking the field goal, they wanted the 6 or the 7, and Lamar Jackson threw an interception, pulled the Bills out to the 20. Bills got in field goal position. Ravens blew the lead and lost.
Tough. That was
Lamar's
tough.
Second interception of the day. That was a tough one. Harbaugh, of course, when things like that happen the way they do, those judgment calls get criticized quite a bit, and Harbaugh was no exception. And I don't hate his explanation. He said, I was confident our defense would be able to stop them, with the ball on the 2-yard line if we didn't get the touchdown. And I didn't think 3 was enough. I wanted to get the 7. The worst thing that could have possibly happened, and we turned the ball over, and we wound up losing the game.
No, let me think this through. Let me break all this down because I disagree with what he's saying. You're trying to talk me through it. I still disagree.
No,
he didn't think 3 would be enough.
He didn't.
So, like, you were gonna lose regardless if you didn't score a touchdown. Like if you kick the field goal, then you don't think your team is
too
gonna
much time.
Yeah,
you thought that left too much time.
You thought the Ravens, you weren't gonna be able to stop them, and he said that they could stop them from going 98 yards
from the 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree with everything you're saying. Like,
that's fine.
I disagree. Just take the points. And even if you aren't sure you could stop them, at least you can try and not stop them with the lead. Like the way that the Bills finished that game off, with just kind of, milking the clock essentially for the last 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
That would have been for the tie as opposed to for a field goal to win it.
And they wouldn't have played it that way. They would have.
Right.
They
You
probably
would
still would have
had,
played for the win. Yeah.
Exactly.
They wouldn't have played to slow the game down.
Yeah, it was a bad job by Jim.
John,
excuse me.
The true, I don't think not getting the touchdown was the killer. I think the interception was the killer because it gave them 18 yards.
Mm-hmm.
It took them off the 2 and put them at the 20. And that, like, now you're comfortable. You're not sweating. Your playbook is completely open. Whereas you're at the 2, your playbook's probably a little bit different. Your play calls are probably a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
I get the criticism of Harbaugh. It's completely fair in this situation when you have an opportunity to go up late in the game. But also, like, I'm trying to, I don't know if I'm Harbaugh. I'm thinking, like, Lamar can't give me 2 more yards. My offense can't give me 2 more yards. So what we're talking about, only 2 more yards. It's hard. I'm not sure that I wouldn't think the same way.
I'm not saying
Josh Allen, you got a guy who's shown he can get big chunks. He can move the ball quick. Like, agree with it or not, like, I'm trying to put myself in his frame of mind, and I'm not having that difficult time doing it.
Yeah,
I feel like I get it.
It's not a necessarily results-based thing because I saw when they went for it, I said they're going for it. Really?
I didn't love the play call. I'll give you that. Like, I didn't really love that particular. I felt like you probably could have done something different with Lamar in that situation at the 2, but
we talked about it as well. The guy was wide open. There was miscommunication in the Buffalo secondary, and I forgot who it was. The receiver wide open in the corner of the end zone. Lamar didn't see him right away, but he did see him and try to get him the ball. And the safety, Poyer, was paying attention, was aware of what was going on, and made a heck of a play to get that pick. I tip my hat to the defense on that as well. But this isn't a second guessing thing. If he would have got it, I would have been like, wow, that worked. But at the time I was sitting there like, man, just kick the field goal. Because the whole point of all that as well is you're going to need, like, what it said to me was he didn't believe in the defense. You're going to need a stop regardless. Whether you score the touchdown, kick the field goal, or don't get a score at all. Like, you've got to stop them. You're going to have to stop them to win.
But if you're right. But if you score the touchdown, you have the clock working in your favor a little bit more. You got to get a stop. You got to get a stop, but they've got to move the ball all the way to the end zone in 2 minutes or whatever.
If you scored a
touchdown.
Yeah. But the way I took it was, hey, we're not going to stop them anyway. Like, we're not going to stop them. So we need the touchdown to force them to try and score a touchdown because we can't stop them.
Yeah, if I was his defense, I'd probably feel some type of way.
Yeah, like Marcus Peters. And Marcus Peters got to stop that. This happens a lot.
Was that Harbaugh he was going after?
Is
that who he was going after?
Yeah, that's what it looked
like. I saw him. I'm like, wait a minute. What is he? Is he going after his coach?
Yeah, Marcus Peters. I know he's had this type of behavior before when he was in Kansas City and another time with Baltimore. And I remember a lot of people were, like, oh, yeah, it's that Oakland in him. And he's like Marshawn's cousin. And that's, man, I can't be celebrating that. You can't be doing that stuff, Marcus Peters. I like him as a ball player. And I don't have any problem. I wish he wouldn't behave like that, like he did yesterday and like he has in the past. I don't want to see that from Marcus Peters. He's a leader on that team. Can't be doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah. There's other games in the NFL. I didn't see a single solitary second of the Vikings and Saints.
I saw the last second.
I mean, I saw it on a highlight.
No, I saw it live.
I did not see. I forgot it. I forgot it was on. I completely forgot it was on.
I don't know, for whatever reason. No, I know why I checked ESPN.com when I woke up, or the app on my phone, because I was trying to see if a miracle happened with SC and Arizona State yesterday or the day before, because I went to sleep with about 5. I was like, damn, SC ain't gonna get it done. Damn it. So I went to sleep, didn't even see it the rest of the night. And I clicked, I was like, well, maybe a miracle happened. So I went to go check on the score, Life of a Gambler. And up comes, oh, yeah, 28-25 with under a minute to go. And I was like, oh, that game did happen, or is happening right now. So I turned it on. And that was a crazy ending, though. That was pretty crazy. Like, he almost got, what was it supposed to be? It was going to be a 61-yarder.
Mm-hmm.
And he almost got it. Like, the distance wasn't the issue. It was just a little bit off.
Did you watch Pac-12 After Dark?
I did watch Pac-12. Oh,
yeah,
it was a sports night. It was a ball night at the crib, man, because I watched that. That was a good game. And then I stayed up. I was watching our girls bring it on home.
Yeah.
It was looking a little dicey at first.
Well,
like, not like they were going to lose, but it was like, oh, okay, well, maybe this is going to be a close game. And then it wasn't.
No, but
did you watch that live?
No, I did not watch that live. No, I did not. I very much did not.
I wondered about that. I wondered if you watched that live.
I very much did not watch that live. Woke up the next morning. Oh, good. Another gold medal. Good stuff. Women's national team very quietly just went out there and won another gold, won a FIBA World Cup.
Yeah. China was trying to hang around, though. For like the first, I don't even know how many if they play. I can't remember if they did quarters or halves, but let's just say 50% is halftime. For about the first 40% of the game, China was hanging around, hitting some shots, cutting it down to 3. And so I was like, we might have a game. And then
we didn't.
Just pulled away. Yeah.
How about the Dallas Cowboys 3-1 after another win? This one over the Washington Commander football team. Cooper Rush.
By the way.
The Commanders?
Yeah. I was talking to the Queen Bee on Sunday. We was watching the game. We was watching Red Zone. And she saw the uniforms, didn't really recognize them because they were all black. She's like, oh, who are the Cowboys playing? I said, the Commanders. She said, who?
What is the Commander?
She said, oh, wait, what? And then I was like, yeah, the Commanders. She's like, Washington? I thought they were the football team. I was like, yeah, they used to be. And she goes, you said Commanders? I was like, I got confused because I was thinking of college, like Army, Navy. I was like, why are they playing the Commanders? Why are they playing the college teams? Like, no, this is their name. The Commanders.
Army, Navy, Air Force Commanders. That's
I told her we were both in agreement. They should just stay with the football team. That was a bad job by them. I actually
Washington Commander football team. Goodness gracious. Yeah, Cowboys 3-1. Cooper Rush doesn't lose football games. I guess that's just what this boils down to. Cooper Rush doesn't lose football games. Geno Smith, 48 for Seattle, 48-45. I think I saw my man Scott Hansen say this is the first 48-45 game in league history.
Wow.
That sounds insane. But I trust Scott Hansen. He's never wrong. So I'm rolling with that. 48-45. Geno Smith, 322 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Geno threw the ball 30 times. Russell Wilson, 25. Geno Smith, 30.
Well, okay. We can't ignore the fact that Geno's outplaying Russ right now.
He is. He absolutely is. DK Metcalf, 149. DK Metcalf, 149 in a viral moment where I guess he got carted off to the bathroom. You get these alerts that DK Metcalf's getting carted off the sidelines, and it's like, what? And they got it pretty quick. Like, yeah, I'm being told that DK's been carted off to the bathroom.
Did you see his tweet about it?
Yep, I saw his tweet. It's a long walk. He tweeted he was not going to the clinch walk, wasn't going to make it. And
that was funny. That was some
by
funny.
the way, Paul Pierce is full of crap. Like Paul Pierce, that had nothing to do with going to the bathroom. He's trying to make a story all these years later. Paul Pierce was being a drama queen. That's all that was. And he was trying to make a joke later. DK Metcalf apparently very much was just going to the bathroom, which is spectacular because you see him just riding along on the cart, just off to the bathroom.
That was funny. He got carted off.
That's the way they're gonna be treating Kenny in the new building. There's gonna be carts out there waiting for him to take him to the bathroom every time he's got to go.
That is hilarious.
4 touchdowns for Jared Goff too. That was Lions tried. I give him that. They tried, but Seattle gets that win 48-45. We mentioned Chargers bouncing back a little bit. 342 touchdowns for Justin Herbert as the Chargers get that win. Tennessee beat Indy. Welcome back, Derrick Henry. He had himself a little game.
Is he 2-2?
Welcome back, Saquon Barkley.
Oh man, the 3-1 Giants.
Good Lord, man.
Did you see they
146? Yep.
Tyrod.
I did.
Tyrod can't catch a break, man. That was going to be his opportunity. Well, I shouldn't say that. He is. What's with Dre? So he did catch that break, but
they had Saquon.
He did.
They had Saquon under center. Shame on us for being 2 hours and 39 minutes into the show and not yet mentioning the only undefeated team in the National Football League who a game little performance there from Jacksonville. But Philadelphia and Jalen Hurts, man, 4-0 right now.
Yeah, man, 4-0.
I'm sorry. It just dawned on me. Is the NFC East the best division in football right now? 3-1, 4-0.
It's looking like it. I mean, especially since all those. Oh no, not the Giants. I'm about to say all those teams got a chance to play the Commanders. That's what helped out with the record. But the Giants haven't played the Commanders. They did play the Bears.
I'm sorry, man. I'm not a football player. I'll never get to be one. I'll never be a professional athlete, quarterback, nothing. I try not to do this very often because it is out of pocket. Bro, Carson Wentz sucks.
Oh.
Dude, he is so bad. I just don't get it. Like he was the anointed, like he was next. And he is terrible. He is awful.
Yeah, he's
awful.
He's not the answer. He is not the answer.
I apologize. I try not to do that often when I talk about these men. He is terrible.
Well, they'll be getting a new quarterback this upcoming year.
They absolutely will. You see the debut of Kenny Pickett?
I did see that. It looked like they were gonna get a victory, and then that boy Wilson.
My man was just. First of all, the Zach Wilson memes are completely out of pocket. The Zach Wilson was I saw the American Pie meme with Stifler's mom. Like, this is how Zach Wilson's celebrating the win, and it's like, y'all need to leave that man alone. I can't imagine how agitated Mike Tomlin was in that locker room. He had 2 quarterbacks throw a combined 4 interceptions. Oh man, you just throw 3, you might have won.
Yeah,
But you had to throw the 4th one. Oh, brutal.
All bad.
Hey, the Panthers suck. They're just awful. So bad they got beat by the Cardinals, who we don't think are very good either.
No.
There's a crazy stat. Matt Rule's going to get fired, by the way. He's gone. There's no way. No, he doesn't. He sure doesn't. And that's R.I.P. Baker Mayfield in your commercials. I was rooting for you. I was the only one rooting for you, but this has just gone so poorly. New England hung in there against New England, almost beat the Packers. I don't even know my guy's name. I tried to practice pronouncing it last night and I've already forgot. The quarterback. No idea.
I didn't even commit it to memory.
Also, this has to be the end of Brian Hoyer's career. You had to see enough of Zappia, whatever. You saw enough from it. Oh, yeah, we don't need Brian Hoyer to be our backup quarterback anymore.
Well, it'd still be the backup.
He could be the 3rd string.
Well, Mac Jones ain't coming back no time soon.
Oh man. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
So when Mac Jones comes, that might be the end of Brian Hoyer's career.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Packers aren't that good. NFC's wide open, which is another reason why. Like one reason why I look at this Niners game. I'll talk about it. I'll talk about when we come back.
Okay. We'll shift to 49ers game day here in just a minute. It is a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. And Kings basketball is tonight. Kings Lakers coming up on NBA TV. We'll talk about that. Plus, we've got your tickets for opening night. That's all on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. A New England Green Bay one was entertaining. Aaron Jones, man, oh boy, man, so good. Yeah, for real, so good. I think there's a piece of cucumber in my juice, and it's really bothering the hell out of me. Bailey, that was his first name. I knew he had a great first name. Bailey. Okay. Do we want to hit an opener? We don't have to. Yeah, like a game day opener. You don't have to. All that's really important about the last hour, we don't even have to talk 49ers the whole time. The only thing that's important is the read, because we have to treat it like it's game day. So I'll just do that read, which I have in front of me. Appreciate you, Pistol Pete. Thanks, man. Glad you enjoy the show. A Kings fan perspective, it doesn't look like James will be on with us. Normally he's on at 3. We were trying to get him on a little bit earlier because we've got to do a lot of we're going to do a lot of 49ers talk in the last hour, because we're going to the pregame show right after we're done. So James will be with us on Wednesday for sure and Friday for sure. So yeah, no James today. We would be short a break if we did that, right? So we got to do 28 and 55, right? Right. Oh, okay. So there would be no break if we Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, let's go to 410 or whatever then. Yeah, good call, Bryce. I saw that. Yeah, that's he's a massive, I always heard him described as the the Hulk Hogan over there, but bigger. And that Inoki versus Hogan. Yeah, I'm sure they did. No, I think they did. Yeah, I think they did. He did. Inoki had the thing with Muhammad Ali also. I don't know what that means, but got new merch coming. That's for sure. Hey, right on, Gino. Good stuff. Appreciate you, man. We got some new stuff on the way. And we got incentives coming up for. We're going to be giving out individual discount codes. I just thought of this today. I haven't even told Kenny, but it's a great idea. We're going to give out discount codes for everyone who rates and reviews Corners of the Culture and the D'Lo and KC podcast. So we're going to get even if you've already done it, you could send it to us and we'll get you set up. But yeah, our Corners of the Culture merch on the way is going to be going to be great. Actually, I said I would show you. I wonder if I can see if I could. I think I'm going to run out of time. I'm going to try. Let me see. Let's see. I'll show you. Oh, I'll show you this one. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Shoot. Here's a little share screen. This was Donnie's idea. Boom. So we're going to make merch, Corners of the Culture merchandise in like logos of like old album covers. So like that's Ready to Die. Peep this one out. That's the Chronic. Come on, man. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. Tribe Called Quest. We don't have one of those. Ooh, y'all ain't ready for these. Right, y'all are not ready for these. Come on, man.
That one go hard.
Yeah. And the dope ones was in his bag. Anytime I get a text from the dope ones at 3 a.m,
yeah,
I know there's some good.
He whipping something up.
Yeah, he's cooking, man. We've got
up some heat.
We've got some pretty great stuff on the way to DLoandKC.com. We'll let you know not only how you can grab that new merch, when you can grab that new merch, but how you can get it at a discount. That's all coming up here.
The merch game about to get crazy, man. King season coming around. The fall lines coming up. Crew necks, hoodies, tees. Like DLoandKC.com is about to go up. I'm telling you right now, between more new D'Lo and KC merch to Corners of the Culture merch, it's about to go up right now, man. Y'all got to re-up this fall and winter.
Yeah, it's gonna be gonna be some good stuff. Kings and the Lakers tonight, 7:30, NBA TV. A lot of talk from both of these organizations about defense. A lot of talk from both of these organizations, both with new coaching staffs, about what the rotations will look like. I'm really anxious to see. We didn't see a lot of defense with the 36ers and the Suns last night.
No.
I'm very anxious to see what we see from the Sacramento Kings against the Lakers tonight, who, according to Darvin Ham, they have their own, kind of renewed sense of defensive purpose coming up this season as well.
Yeah, you talked about it earlier. Two teams that have new coaches that are looking to put their fingerprints on their new teams. right? This is what we're trying to establish, whether it's a defensive mindset or, team basketball, whatever the case may be. Both teams are going to look to come out and try to establish setting the tone for who they want to be this year. So that'll be interesting. I don't know if LeBron is playing or what's going on with that, if AD's playing. I don't know what's going on with those guys just yet. But, yeah, they're going to be looking to establish themselves, both teams.
I'm going to guess. Obviously, I have no idea. I would think we see LeBron in that group today. I don't think we're going to see them the final preseason game of the season because it's here. And I don't I think it's that Friday night. So I don't think we'll see them that night. That'll be the night. I don't think they play. I think they'll play tonight. That's just an assumption on my part. Yeah. I haven't seen anything that says otherwise, but that's my assumption.
Yeah, I would hope we would see him because I want to see as close to a regular season game as we can see with the personnel out there for both teams. So yeah, I would hope so.
What's the number one thing you're looking for? By the way, Kings opening night. We've got your tickets coming up in just about 27 minutes or so. What's the number one thing you want to see from Mike Brown and the Kings tonight?
This is going to go a little bit off of the beaten path, and I'll explain it a little bit as well. But I want to see shooting and scoring. I want to see scoring from the guys that I expect to score. I want to see 3-point shooting. I want to see shooting and scoring. And I'll explain that. I know a lot of people want to be
I was going to say that's some really in-depth analysis.
And the one of the reasons why I go that way is because I know a lot of people, I want to see a renewed defense and setting the tone on the defensive end. I don't look at the preseason that way.
For the Kings, it wouldn't even be renewed. It would just be new.
Right. I don't look at the preseason that way. I really don't. I don't look at if the Kings were in a defensive stance the whole time and rotating. October 19th, that's when I want to see that stuff regularly. Matter of fact, November 19th, I want to see that as well, right? Because we see that all the time. Oh, new season, we're playing defense. 5 games in, ain't nobody playing defense no more. So I wouldn't take a whole lot out of that, me personally. But I want to see Keegan be a knockdown 3-point shooter. I want to see Kevin Huerter be a knockdown 3-point shooter. I want to see Malik Monk knocking down his open shots. I want to see what Davion's shot is looking like in this dress rehearsal. I want to see what De'Aaron Fox's shot is looking like in his dress rehearsal. Those are the things that if the shot's looking fluid or looking confident in it, I could take a little bit more out of that tonight as opposed to a defensive rotation.
I got 2 what-if scenarios for you tonight that I want to know how you'll react to them tomorrow when we take the air at noon.
Okay.
What if Keegan Murray doesn't play well tonight?
Okay.
And the other scenario is, what if Keegan Murray does play well tonight? Because if he doesn't, I feel like there's this because I think it's a week before the next preseason game. I don't think the next preseason game is like Thursday.
Sunday?
It's a ways away.
Yeah, they play Sunday afternoon.
Whatever happens tonight's going to marinate for a little bit. And if Keegan doesn't play well, I'm afraid of this. Oh man, you see summer league. This isn't summer league anymore, big boy. This is the NBA. But if he does play well, it's man, this is a stretch. This is a stretch. This is a sample size of Keegan Murray playing really good basketball.
Yeah,
I feel like you can overreact either way. I don't know if there's going to be a balanced reaction to Keegan Murray's play tonight.
No, you absolutely can overreact either way. I would try not to. You know what I mean? Obviously, I want to see him play well. That's fun. You know what I mean? That is what you want. You want to see your number 4 pick coming out there and look super impressive in his first game. That'd be awesome. But if it doesn't happen, I'm not going to lose my mind over it. I'm not going to stress over it. It's one game. He's a rookie. One thing about that is kind of true is this isn't summer league anymore, and you've got maybe 4 guys that are established and, quote unquote, better than you on the floor. You're the 4th or 5th option. In summer league, you were the 1st option. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you're not going to maybe get the same looks or the same shot attempts that you got in the summer in the NBA. And I understand that. If he was getting the same looks and everything, that'd be cool too. But I wouldn't be surprised or shocked if, he's just not getting the same type of looks or, I don't know, maybe he took 18 shots in a game in the summer. If he gets 8 or 9 here tonight, and he's got to cash in on that 8 or 9. So I understand the question. I guess I'm the wrong person to ask because it's like, I'm going to think the same about Keegan regardless.
Oh, no doubt. What I was more trying to get at is what do you think the reaction is going to be?
Oh, the reaction.
Do you think?
Well, there's going to be the reaction is predictable. There's going to be if he's not very good, right? If he's not very good, there's going to be panic by some, and then there's going to be a backlash to the panic of everybody saying, "Wow, it's one preseason game. Everybody relax." And then if he plays well, there's going to be euphoria, and then there's going to be backlash to that euphoria. Wow, we're getting hyped over one preseason game. Relax.
That's fantastic.
The only thing you can guarantee is backlash. That's one way or the other.
That's 100% accurate. 916-909-1320. Let's get to our man Disco Tim here.
Hey,
Disco
we
Tim,
need that
what's
positivity,
happening,
baby?
Fellas, welcome to the beginning of the season, man.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for this a long time. I've been listening to you guys so much lately. I've taken in so much of the Kings. I can't believe how addicted I am to this team, and I'm so excited about tonight. And it's not just another preseason game. It's a game against the Lakers, who I hate. I want to come back with the blood in their mouth.
Wow.
And I just love you guys. Thanks so much. And I'd ask you a question, but I talk too much. See you guys.
It's all good, Disco Tim. That's my guy right there, man. That's my guy.
I'm glad. I'm always glad Disco Tim is excited. I'm glad people are excited for, even though it's preseason. Yo, Kings basketball is on tonight.
That's what we do here, man. That's what we do here in Sacramento, man. It's a Kings town, baby. And when the Kings are back, everything is right with the world, and Kings season is back, man. Let's go.
The great thing too is when we're all very familiar when the Kings are bad like that. That just brings us all together as a support group. Like,
or an angry mob, one of the two.
It ain't gonna happen this year, though, man. Absolutely.
No, I said it on Friday. People was tripping off me. Don't trip, Sacramento. Kings are going to the playoffs this year. Don't even trip. You heard it here from me. I've said it with my chest for months now.
You're listening to, and he can't wait to pat himself on the back when he's right. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West, Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2, Sacramento, the real 98 Rock, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app as we go to the Sportscenter desk.
Now, from the Sacramento Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on ESPN 1320.
All right, we got 49ers news heading into tonight's game. The team signed Willie Snead to the 53-man roster. Wide receiver Nick Turner and running back Mark Coleman were elevated from the practice squad for this game. And then linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair was placed on injury reserve ahead of the game, too. Other injury notes for the Niners: Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw, and Ross Dwelly are all questionable, while offensive lineman Daniel Brunskill is cleared to play. Coverage for the game, of course, begins at 4:15 on ESPN 1320. In other NFL news, the Steelers are expected to move forward with Kenny Pickett as the starting QB after he fell replacement with 50 yesterday. In light of the Kings and Lakers game tonight, The Athletic put out another report, if you want to put it that way, so we can talk about it all offseason, that the Lakers were seriously considering a trade that would have given up 2 unprotected first-round picks and Russell Westbrook to the Pacers for Buddy Hield and Miles Turner. The Lakers have been, like I said, rumored to be moving Westbrook all offseason, and nothing's come from it yet. Other games taking place tonight in the NBA, we got Magic Grizzlies, Thunder, Nuggets, Trailblazers, Clippers, and then 76ers Nets. Heading over to the MLB, White Sox manager Tony La Russa has decided to step down from managing the team due to health issues. Russa has not been with the team for the last 5 weeks due to his health. The Oakland A's, they're wrapping up their season tonight with a 3-game series against the Angels. First pitch is at 6:40 p.m. Thanks for listening to this SportsCenter update. I'm Jesse Toppy with ESPN 320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Man, Jesse. That's best of Sacramento's Jesse Tapia right there.
100%.
We'll talk more Kings basketball coming up. As a matter of fact, we've got tickets to opening night coming up in 20 minutes, 18 minutes. 3:20. You need to be with us. You want to see the Sacramento Kings? Opening night against Portland.
Ooh.
Got you covered.
Opening night's going to be electric.
Yeah, it's going to be something.
It's going to be electric. I can't wait for it.
It's going to be electric tonight as well. It's the 49ers and the Rams Monday Night Football. Welcome into a special edition of 49ers Game Day, presented by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge in the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. 49ers Game Day is going to sound suspiciously like the final hour of D-Lo and KC, but hey, play along here. We've got the 49ers and the Rams. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. And I gave you my opinion on it. I don't even know if you gave yours. You said you're worried about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yes.
There's a lot of noise this week about Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan and their relationship and lip reading and these plays suck. I thought absolutely nothing of the lip reading thing at all. I thought absolutely nothing of it. So you take a clip and you interpret it as these plays suck, man. Hey, cool. What got me is when Jimmy was like, I don't remember what I said. Really? Like you're looking at a video of yourself after you threw an interception and it doesn't jar your memory as to what you said in that moment.
Right.
It's not like you were carrying on a conversation. It's not like you were talking to somebody. It's not like there's this intricate back and forth. You see the video and don't recall what you said to yourself in that moment. That was the first time where I was like, and I think that was Friday. That was the first time where I was like, I think he's lying. I don't believe him. And that's where I realized I don't think this thing with I'm sure Kyle and Jimmy are fine. Like, I don't believe that those two dislike each other or hate each other or can't stand to be around each other. I don't think that's true. I don't think they want to be together anymore. And I think this was obviously for Kyle, this was the worst scenario. You had a young quarterback. You wanted him to develop. You wanted to play. You lost him very, very early in the season. Now, in one sense, it was lucky that from a professional sense, you're lucky that you had Jimmy Garoppolo there, who is a competent quarterback. I understand he didn't look like that the last time we saw him, but he is. He is a competent quarterback. It's just it feels like these are two forces that are kind of fighting against each other right now, and they're going to have to find a way quickly, preferably now, to settle down, relax, look at each other, say, hey, you are in my best interest. I am in your best interest. Let's do each other a favor and coexist for the next 14, 15 weeks, get ourselves to the playoffs, get us into the offseason, get you a bag, and get us moving forward.
Yeah, man, it's as simple as that. One of the things, because I know it's trendy, it's what we do in sports media and Twitter and fans and stuff like that, is to blame the coaches all the time. You know what I mean? That's what you want to do. You always want to blame the coaches and say the coaches this and that.
Players, this is not on you.
So listen,
This is not on you. Players.
That's what we want to say, right? But you can't play bad and then be like, the plays suck, or, you know, people like the coaching suck. Like there are throws out there to be made. You have to make them. And if you're making them and it's not resulting in first downs or touchdowns, then you can start talking about the play calling and everything that's going on. But there were a number of different plays left on the field last Sunday night against the Denver Broncos in a game that was more than winnable for the 49ers. Matter of fact, they should have won. Jimmy's got to play better. Simple as that. And I'm not saying he is looking to point the finger or nothing like that, but if he is, he's got to look in the mirror first, right? He's got to look in the mirror. He's got to say, you know what? I got to be better. I have to be better. I have to do my job better. And if I do that, then I can worry about what somebody else is doing or somebody else's job or whatever. But I got to do my job better. And I think that's where everything starts. He's got to play better.
He's going to have to play better now with a weakened offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Trent Williams, not only he's not going to be there today, he's not going to be around for a little while. And this offensive line, which in terms of protecting the quarterback hasn't been terrible. I don't know that this has been the best run blocking offensive line, but I don't think they've been terrible when it comes to protecting the quarterback. And that may have more to do with Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo than it does that offensive line. Mm-hmm. But this offense now is going to have to find a way to produce points with a weakened offensive line. That might mean 3-yard passes to George Kittle. They're going to have to, if Kyle being this offensive genius, being this creative mastermind, he might have to dip into his bag a little bit and figure out ways that, plays that you could run, with 3 seconds of snap to ball in the air. Right. And get, whether it's getting that ball to Debo or getting that ball to George Kittle or throwing passes so short you think that they're runs when they're not. He's got to, they've got to find something, because what they've been doing hasn't been working. Now you're dealing with the greater offensive line issues. Oh, by the way, you RB1 still gone. Mm-hmm. You still, Elijah Mitchell still isn't around. And the answer this time isn't, more Debo, more Debo, more Debo. That's not going to work this time. You've got to figure out something else.
You got to figure out something else. And the first thing that comes to my mind is you got to get the ball to your playmakers, Debo being one of them. And you got to find a way to get George Kittle back involved in the offense. Get him the rock. Brandon Ayuk, get him the rock. You got to get creative. I'm also, and what you're saying is 100% right, of like, let's, 3 yards or whatever and just get the ball out real quick because of the offensive line. I'm a big believer that once a quarter, maybe, and I've said this for years now, and I don't think it's ever going to happen because Kyle doesn't seem to operate this way. You've got to get Danny Gray in there and be like, yo, Danny Gray, you're running a streak. Jimmy, take a 3-foot drop and just throw it as far as you can. You have to do it. And you may throw it 10 yards past Danny Gray. That's fine. But
that's adorable that you think that would happen. That's cute.
But the secondary is playing 9 yards off the line of scrimmage, and they're not taking any steps back. Yeah. Like, you've got to get them off of you. And the only way you could do that is by at least giving them the thought that, okay, if this guy goes deep, I got to respect that. I got to honor that because he's shown that he'll throw the ball deep down the field. If you're not going to do that, it's just going to make it hard for everybody. It's going to make it hard for the receivers to create separation, for the offensive line to block, for Jimmy to be able to find the windows to complete these passes. That is, in my opinion, on Kyle Shanahan, right? Like that's on him to find plays where they can push the ball down the field. Now, one of the reasons why I kind of hesitate saying that is I remember specifically last year, it was a preseason game, but Trey Lance's first game, and they ran a play action pass, and they had 2 options. They had one that was, let's just say, 20 yards down the field on a crossing pattern, and another that was 9 yards across down the field on a crossing pattern. And Trey Lance hit the one that was 20 yards down the field, touchdown, ended up being a 75-yard touchdown. And I remember a lot of people were like, in the same play, Jimmy's probably going to hit the one that's 9 yards down the field. Well, at that point, that's not necessarily on Kyle, because Kyle's giving you the 2 options. Like, you can push the ball down the field. Here's your safety valve down here. And Jimmy just isn't always comfortable pushing the ball down the field. He'll take the safe one. And at that point, I could see Kyle being upset. We're like, yo, I'm putting the plays out there. You're not pushing the ball down the field, and it's making it hard for everybody involved. they got to take some chances this year, whether it's Kyle or this week, whether it's Kyle or Jimmy, you got to push the ball down the field.
When you say so when you say taking chances, I'm going to take the second line you said and try to form my own. Like you're talking about taking deep shots down the field. You're talking about throwing the ball 20, 30 yards down the field or whatever and picking up big chunks of plays, not necessarily creative play calling. You're talking about draw up some big plays.
Yeah, if you can be creative, that's great too. But I mean, it doesn't take that much creativity to be like, all right, well, let's put Danny Gray on this side.
Run. Yeah.
Just go run a streak. Jimmy, you drop back. And hopefully there's no safety over the top, or look them off and then just hit Danny Gray down the sidelines, or just throw it to him deep down the sidelines, and at least let these guys know that we will throw the ball down there if you keep coming up the way you normally are.
Tevin Coleman is active tonight.
Oh, good. I really do mean it. I mean,
Willie Snead is active too. Some of these practice squad guys that they've had have been called. I don't know if called up is the right word, but they've been activated for tonight's main roster.
Well, that's also the sneaky part of the early part of this 49er season. They have been hit hard with injuries to their best guys. Kittle didn't play for 2 games.
Yeah.
Trent Williams is out. Elijah Mitchell is out. Al-Shaair is now out.
Yeah.
Jimmy Ward hasn't been on the field to start the season. Like
you lost your quarterback.
You lost your QB1. You lost QB1. So like that's kind of I get frustrated with the 49ers and get frustrated with everything that's going on. A lot of people talking crazy about the Niners, and I get all that. But they have lost some pretty important starters to start the season. And luckily, some of them aren't gone for the whole year. Who knows if they'll ever get close to 100%, but you got to find a way to hold on until they can get back into the lineup.
I think a reason people don't really give the 49ers a pass is
because they're haters.
Well, okay, that could be an answer. But I think it's also the talk of one. I think the running back position for, some people is difficult to comprehend. So they don't look at Elijah Mitchell as like this major loss when you took a player in the 3rd round who also is out, by the way. I don't even think he made your list. Yeah. You took a running back in the 3rd round. You still have Jeff Wilson here. Like you have this like crop again for the 5th or 6th year or whatever it is. You have this crop of running backs, which very much is, and is as much as I absolutely hate this line in sports, it absolutely is Kyle Shanahan's philosophy where it's like, well, Elijah's up. He's out. All right. Jeff Wilson's up. What's that? Jeff Wilson's up. Cool. Jordan Mason's up. Like it's just let's just go to the next guy. That's it. There's no Saquon Barkley. There's no massive number 1 running back. There's like, no, these guys are collectively good. So I don't think people look at Elijah Mitchell that way. Al-Shaair, obviously this is the first game without him. People aren't paying attention to him when they're talking about this defense. They're paying attention to Nick Bosa above all else. Eric Armstead may get a mention. Fred Warner will absolutely get a mention. But that's going to be where the credit, and then D'Amico Ryans, that's where the credit is going to be given for the 49ers defense. So the one that obviously gets the note is, wow, George Kittle is out. And then, I mean, obviously losing QB1 is a story on any team in the league.
And you mentioned, I didn't even mention Eric Armstead didn't play last week. He might not play tonight.
He might not play. Yeah, I didn't even see I didn't even see Armstead's name earlier. I don't know if he's active tonight.
I think he's still questionable. But you know what though, Damian? The thing about it is, every team has injuries that they're dealing with. You know what I mean? Some are greater than others, but every team is dealing with some type of injury. You got to find a way, and that's why the one on Sunday was so frustrating. Were you at full strength? No. But you had an opportunity to win. You got to close in on that one because there's going to be times when you're just overwhelmed by the injuries and you're not going to have an opportunity to win. It's going to be too much of an uphill battle. The ones like last Sunday where you had an opportunity, you got to find a way to win those. You lost it. Now you got to find a way to make up for that one that you should have won. And you got a team on Monday night coming into town that you've played really tough for a number of years now. And you seem to match up with them as far as like just it's a bad matchup for the Rams. You know, like they struggle going up against the 49ers. So you got them coming to town on a Monday night. You got to find a way to get a win, man, and see if you can do that. Now, what I was going to say before the break, though, is I still fall short of saying this is some type of must win. The Niners fall to 1-3. I already played it out for you guys earlier in the week. They fall to 1-3. Now they're going on the road against Carolina, Atlanta. There's no gimmies or anything like that, but 2 games that you're going to say, all right, let's try and win this 2-game road trip here and get back to 3-3 by the time we get to week 7. That's and you're right there. The NFC is the same thing as it was last year. Because of 7 playoff spots, you're going to have to be off the face of the earth not to have an opportunity to make the playoffs right now. So you're still around there. It just makes it that much harder. We're not. I'm not trying to see the 49ers start 3-5 again. Like it'd be like, oh, they did it last year. Like, no, that's not what we're trying to do. Like, let's win some games now.
My concern if they lose tonight, though, is less. It's less about, by the way, Kings tickets coming up here in literally minutes for opening night. It's not that like the totality of the schedule. It's just like, man, they're not playing good football. That's my concern. Like if you're not, you could always say, oh, they're going to turn it around. They're going to turn it around. Oh, there's shades of this shit. No, they're not playing good football. That would be my concern if you lose to the Rams tonight, especially coming off of. It's one of those games where you feel like, okay, the 49ers are going to rebound. Because last week's game was so bad. It was just so awful. They have to be locked in on rebounding. You had the extra day. You've got this Monday night stage here. You've got your rival, and we'll get to this in a few minutes. You've got your rival, the defending Super Bowl champs, who might have had a little bit too much Luke Belair at their parade because they're not playing well. And that would be that would be the greater concern for me if they lose. It's just the fact that it's not the totality of the season. It's not, oh, it's over. It's doom and gloom. It's, man, they're not playing good football right now. They couldn't respond after that just atrocious game against Denver. I don't know where the light is. Like a lot of the times you could find a light. I don't know where the light is if they don't win this game tonight. Or let me rephrase that. I don't know where the light is if they play poorly against the Rams tonight.
It all comes back to Jimmy Garoppolo. It all comes back to Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy, give us a good game, not even a great game. Give us a good game and a win. Because the other thing that I haven't talked about for almost 3.5 hours here is on the plus side, you're dealing with probably the best defense in football. And you're dealing with a weakened Rams offensive line that can't protect and can't run the ball. They're tailor-made for this defensive line to get after Matt Stafford, who has shown if you're hitting him, he'll fade away a little bit. He'll give you some. Yeah. So if Jimmy is just good, above average, that should be enough to get a win tonight. I believe that. Like the Niners know what Sean McVay wants to do on offense. Traditionally, just be above average and you should be able to get a win. The problem is I can't even count on Jimmy Garoppolo being above average. I can't take that to the bank.
Well, you could take this to the bank. We've got tickets to see the Sacramento Kings opening night take on Portland. It's going to be an amazing night at the Golden One Center. And we've got these tickets for you all week long. All you got to do is be here with us and call. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. Note some of our longtime listeners. That's a new number, 916-909-1320. Caller number 3. You'll be in the house with us. It's going to be one of the rare times Kenny's going to be out of the house here over the next month or so. So take advantage. It's going to be a long line to meet Kenny Caraway opening night because he's not going to be around much. But caller number 3, 916-909-1320. will send you to opening night, the Sacramento Kings. And of course, first preseason game is tonight. It's a fun night for D'Lo and KC. That's for sure. It's a great night for Northern California sports fans with Monday Night Football beginning in just a couple of hours with the 49ers and the Rams. And then that game will be close to concluding by the time the Sacramento Kings and Los Angeles Lakers tip off in Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. We'll talk more about that Lakers Kings matchup coming up here in just a couple of minutes. It is a 49ers game day presented by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge in the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. Talked about that defense and the best in the league, certainly one of the best in the league. Rams aren't playing well. And you talked about Stafford kind of leaving things up before you. Like Matt Stafford has, it's like we're entering the fourth game of the season. Mm-hmm. He's thrown 5 interceptions, and my guy has been sacked 9 times. Again, we're entering this is week 4 tonight.
Yeah,
man, he's getting hit.
Yeah, he is.
If give me 2.5 for 97. 2.5 sacks for 97.
That's a hell of a night if you could do that.
I think the 49ers win this game.
And that's the saving grace right now. They have a defense that so far has shown to be, like you said, one of the best in the league, if not the best in the league. It is championship caliber defense. The thing that concerns me is they're asking these guys to like pitch a shutout damn near, every night. And that can't happen. Offense has to help out. Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy Garoppolo, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle. They've got to pick it up. They've got to do their part here because this defense is playing lights out and they're carrying this team so far. But then they're doing a good job of it. But you got to give something on the offensive end. But 2.5 sacks tonight for Bosa, that'd be phenomenal. I want to see Drake Jackson get after it. I want to see Fred Warner make some big plays. And I wonder what they're going to do with Cooper Kupp because part of me
give up 100 yards and probably 20 catches, but I mean, it's not really their fault.
Right. Part of me says, and I don't understand how this is where I'm definitely not an NFL head coach, but part of me is like, man, if just bracket Cooper Kupp and make somebody else beat you, make Stafford look somewhere else. He don't even look anywhere else, especially on third down. Give him some other place to look. And here's where something like that may be able to work because let's just say it's Emmanuel Mosley who's on Cooper Kupp. You got Mosley and Gibson or Hufanga, whatever the double high safety is or whatever the case may be. On the other side against Allen Robinson or whoever wide receiver 2 is, you got Charvarius Ward. He can go one-on-one with somebody else. Now, the whole thing being you've got 2 corners that can cover. So if you do double Cooper Kupp up and you leave one out on an island, he's more than capable of locking up that other side. And now you got to deal with Higbee and Warner's on Higbee and stuff like you can match up. But I don't know. It's always a conundrum, right? Like, would you rather let the star player do what they want to do and lock up everybody else? Or would you rather lock up the star player and make the others beat you? I think I would start off at the very least saying Allen Robinson, Higbee, Matthew Stafford. Well, first of all, those guys have to show that they can make plays. Matthew Stafford, you have to show me that you're going to consistently look for them and not zero in on Cooper Kupp. Because I don't believe that's the case.
Rush.
I did.
That's the new phenom in the NFL Cooper. Right there. Yeah.
But I'll be like, if I double Cooper and he's not there and he goes to Higbee or something like that, I'll be like, all right, let me see you do that 10 times tonight. Because I don't think you're going to do that 10 times. I think you may do it 3 or 4 times, and then on the 5th and 6th time, you're going to get thirsty and try and throw it to Cooper, and that's when we'll pick it off. Show me that you will consistently all game go to Allen Robinson and go to Tyler Higbee.
Cardinals defense good?
No.
I don't think so either. Cooper had a slow week last week.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Rams had a slow week last week.
Mm-hmm.
Cooper did too.
Yeah.
And I mean, this isn't like the 49ers defense is one of the best in the league. The team is not collectively, particularly the offense, is not playing well right now. That defense is undeniable. The defense gave up, was it 11 points last week and lost?
Yep.
I mean, the defense is playing well. So the fact that a team like the Arizona Cardinals won, I think that shows 2 things. The 49ers defense can outdo Arizona. But more importantly, it kind of puts an exclamation point on what we were talking about with the Rams is they haven't found their sync yet.
Right.
And, it could just be early season woes. There really is no – I mean, Kansas City certainly looks good after last night's game, but I don't feel like there's a real, standout team so far in the NFL this season. And the Rams, despite them, they're sitting at 2-1, it's like, oh, man, they beat the Falcons. And they really worked hard to give up that Falcons game.
Mm-hmm.
But the clock ran out, so they weren't able to. That's pretty much all that stopped them. They're looking to get themselves together too. This could wind up being a far more interesting game than I thought. I didn't feel good about the 49ers entering this one tonight. I still don't feel great about them, but as I talk through some of the issues the Rams have, I think I'm starting to feel a little better about where the San Francisco 49ers may be at. We'll come back. We're going to be on with you about an extra 10 minutes or so. We'll come back. We'll talk about Kings and Lakers tonight, and then our final thoughts on this Rams-49ers matchup when D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, that was a long one. This is another. Yeah, so this is another long one. We're going till 30 straight into 407. Okay. Is it recorded? Oh, got you. Okay. Is that Charlie at the door? Charlie! Charlie. Oh, man, that's good stuff. I don't know. I like the way RG3's suit is cut. It looks really, really good. But the double-breasted, what I like about it, the double-breasted flares the bottom out a little bit, so it hits the form. Like if you get it cut, it fits your form really nicely.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any double-breasted suits, though. I wasn't ready to do that.
I don't either. It's back. It's back.
It's definitely back.
I saw NBA great Cuttino Mobley on his Instagram page. He dresses really nice. He had a couple double-breasted joints. Yeah, might have to get one.
I'm going to write as much of tonight's show as possible because I'm going to go to the tailor in the morning and try to get my suits cut for the season. And then
I'm gonna come in the suit a couple times to this.
Yeah, we got to.
Myself. Yeah.
We got to. Yeah, we got to coordinate. Got to coordinate. I got some to get. I've got some really good suits that they can't be cut. So if you got an answer to that post you put up the other day, let me know. If you didn't, I'll check with Kendra. But
we're gonna do it ourselves, Damien.
All right,
we're gonna do it ourselves.
Let's do it. Yep.
I was thinking about it some more. Okay. Whether we work with somebody or whatever, but we're gonna do it ourselves.
I'll hit up Kendra and see. I'll tell her what we want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And see if she could steer us in the right direction and we could do this together.
Yeah. Well.
Because I got some good. I got some Hugo Boss ones. They're old.
Right.
I don't fit like that anymore.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's what, bro. You really need to find a barber out here. Oh, there you go.
That's crazy. There goes Baker.
Is that Nissan commercial?
Yeah. Baker is a very good actor. At least commercial actor.
Yeah, it's definitely back, man. I don't have any. I'm messing around with a lot of vest. I'm trying to do a lot of inner changing, see how much that swaps out the look. So this is early, but we always want to give you like warning, especially since there's a decent number of people in here. We may not be here Thursday. I gotta make a call as soon as we wrap up. We might not be here Thursday, but we might be doing a test from the new studio. So we'll need your guys' help. So keep your alerts on and do all of that stuff. Because we'll need your help to work through some things from the new studio. So, I'm jealous. That's a good idea. That should be a membership. I haven't finished the membership stuff. I need to create those YouTube memberships. Man, Morton's lunch. I wish. I mean, that's up to if everybody, that's really up to Kenny. If Kenny,
That's cap.
We'll keep you guys updated. We don't know for sure, but we'll keep you updated. I'll know for sure in the morning when we take the air tomorrow. I'll know for sure. Because this thing, we really might be in the studio on Monday.
Yeah, man.
That thing actually might be happening.
Damn.
And well,
it's looking like Alabama versus Citadel out here.
Y'all wait till y'all hear the shit that they're doing. You're gonna get a good laugh out of it. The chat. I'm talking to the chat.
So I guess I should know this. But the baseball season didn't end, right? They got like a schedule or a series or two left, right?
Yeah, it's not over.
Yeah, I thought so. Somebody tried to say it was over. I was like, no, it's not. There's people with matching numbers still. Well, I listed it, but people got matching numbers. Can't be over yet. I'm stressed, man. I'm stressed out here, Damien. I'm stressed, bro. I just don't know what Jimmy we're gonna get, man.
It's your pressure points.
I don't know what Jimmy we gonna get, man.
Well, I don't either.
We hadn't seen a good Jimmy performance in like almost a year.
Jimmy don't even know what Jimmy gonna get tonight.
We ain't seen, and then, oh man, come on, man. Come on. I hate the Rams too. Rams be talking crazy. Aaron Donald be talking crazy. We didn't talk about it much during the offseason, but I know I mentioned it a little bit in the rundown. We just didn't get a chance to get to it. But is this the best rivalry in the game right now? Team for team against team?
The 49ers and the Rams?
Oh, it's heat. It's real heat. It's real heat. Like, they're good. McVay versus Shanahan. They don't like each other. Like, they don't like each other. Aaron Donald don't like the Niners. Jimmy Ward don't like the Rams. Aaron Donald, who's Debo? I don't know who that is. Like, it's real heat. I'm not talking traditional rivalry because, here comes Packers and Bears fans for their trash games we always get to see. We're not talking that. I'm talking about strictly right now. All things considered, is it the best rivalry in the game?
Sure.
Trying to think of another good one.
It's up there probably because of Shanahan and Sean McVay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of like the non-tradition. I mean, but it's also a divisional rivalry. But I don't know if Mike McCarthy's got heat with Ron Rivera or anything like that. Like,
right. Like those are traditional national rivalries when you talk about Cowboys, Eagles. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about two good teams, two like rosters that have been around for a little while that don't like each other. Like Jalen Ramsey don't like the Niners. It's real heat.
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah, that's fine. It's really just two coaches with massive egos. I think that's what this really boils down to. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with having a massive ego, but it's two coaches with massive egos who get talked a ton about by the national media.
I agree. I'm just laughing because our guy Ramsey doing Ramsey things. Titans versus Colts is a good rivalry.
Ramsey tweets. Ramsey messages us stuff that I don't even think he believes. Like Ramsey don't believe that.
Dr. David brings up an excellent rivalry. Favre versus the Law is a better rivalry.
Oh, that's a good one.
I agree.
Yeah. Apparently Favre versus poor people is like that's a rivalry only in Brett Favre's head because he's had it out for them apparently for years now.
Man.
Your second reminder today that Brett Favre should be in jail. If you'd like to sponsor our now multiple time reminder per day segment that Brett Favre should be in jail, contact our man Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com. That's Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com, and you could be the proud sponsor of our Brett Favre should be in jail segment. I assure you that is going to get multiple mentions per day, every day, until his sorry ass is in jail.
100%.
It's a 49ers game day presented by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge in the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. Shout out to the amazing people at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. If you're listening, how great would it sound? Brett Favre should be in jail. Brought to you by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge in the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. That's how great it sounds. Before we get back to the Kings and the Lakers tonight, first preseason game, let's close out with some thoughts here on the 49ers and the Rams. We mentioned this a moment ago. The Rams aren't playing particularly well. Last Friday, you were antsy last Friday, which was weird because the game was like 3 days away, but we were headed into the football weekend. You were uncomfortable about this matchup tonight. You've been antsy and anxious all day. The Rams were blown out in week one. And there's probably a lot you could do with that. They went against Buffalo. They nearly blew a fourth quarter lead against Atlanta the next week. They tried really hard to blow that lead. And then they did not play well last week versus Arizona. So as much as we've talked about the 49ers, or at least I did, I said I need to see the 49ers play well. Like if they lose the game, I'm not overly concerned if they lose the game and how it plays out through the season. I'm more concerned if they lose the game, if they just don't play well, because the sample size of them not playing well is really starting to swell up. And I look at really, you talk about rivalry, you talk about real heat. These are two teams that are looking at each other like, man, we're not playing well. Boy, it would be great if we could get right against them. And we've got, I've expressed my concerns about Stafford all through the offseason, about how that elbow issue seemed to have just kind of been brushed under the rug a little bit and made to not be a big deal. And when you're talking about a quarterback throwing, like that kind of feels like a big deal. He's thrown 5 interceptions this year. 3 of them were in, I think it was the opening week against Buffalo. 3 of the 5, and he's been sacked 9 times. if he's protecting something on his elbow, he's been hit a lot. Now, of course, he's used to being hit because he was just ravaged in Detroit all of those years. But I'm sure he's looking at it like, hey, we're the Super Bowl champions. It's supposed to be different. You got that defensive line against an offensive line that's struggling to protect Matt Stafford. That could be a window into victory. One thing that they didn't get last week, right? They didn't get last week that, take what you can get, take everything you can get. You either get some defensive points or put yourself in a position like, I think it was Kansas City last night. I think the Bucs fumbled the opening kickoff, and the Chiefs walked right in 2 plays later.
Yeah, that's the other.
Get you something that puts you in scoring position like this. I know you don't like this. The defense is if they don't carry the game, they have to be the boost that gets that offense going somehow. Because I don't like you. I don't trust the offense.
I understand. They definitely got to be the catalyst for what goes on, but you bring up a great point, and I'm going to flip it on the other side to the offense. You can't turn the ball over. This is the same formula that I've talked about for the last year and a half now with these 49ers. When they lose the turnover battle, they're probably going to lose the game because they're not explosive enough on the offensive end, and especially with Jimmy at quarterback, they're not dynamic enough on the offensive end to make up for those takeaways. So you got to protect the ball. Last week against Denver, they gave up the ball 3 times, and that doesn't include the safety that Jimmy Garoppolo had. So you got to protect the ball. You can't give up short fields against this defense because as good as the Rams are on the offensive end, I'm definitely going to take what the 49ers have been able to do in the recent past against this offense, combined with the defense that they have right now. I'm going to take that every day of the week, trying to make them go 80 yards all game long. If you do that, you should be able to take care of business. You should be able to play well on the defensive end, well enough to win the game. But if you give them 2 opportunities where they're getting the ball on the San Francisco 38-yard line and shortening that field, and you don't want to play that game. You don't want to play that game.
So what if I took that and modified it a little bit? You say protect the ball, don't turn the ball over. And that's asking, well, I guess it's not asking too much. But maybe win the turnover battle. If it's one for one, get that extra one, win the turnover battle. It's so cliche because it's true. You hear it brought up all the time. But the reason I pointed out is for the reason we just talked about. We talked about those interceptions from Matt Stafford. We didn't even talk about fumbles yet. Mm-hmm. Like the Rams are turning the ball over a lot. You talk about the knock on Jimmy Garoppolo in particular is he's going to give you a chance. If the game is close, if you're an opposing team, if the game's close, he's going to give you a chance. He's going to make that mistake. The Rams have been making that mistake too. Like the Rams have been turning the ball over. If the 49ers follow Coach Carraway's advice, if the 49ers are able to protect the football tonight, there's a real possibility they win the turnover battle 2-0, 3-0. Just on the history of this young season. Now, of course, Sean McVay is saying the same thing in his locker room. Guys, we got to stop turning the ball over. If we're not throwing interceptions, we're fumbling it. We've got to stop turning the ball over. So they're all saying, Belo and JC in Southern California, they're saying the same thing. This team can't turn the ball over against the San Francisco 49ers tonight. The difference is, and this is almost always going to be the difference in a San Francisco 49ers game, is Matt Stafford can make a play for the Rams. That's it. I don't need to say the rest because everybody knows. Yeah. Jimmy Garoppolo has had an opportunity, 2 opportunities last week to make that play for the San Francisco 49ers, and he couldn't do it. He can. He's shown in his history that he can. But I trust Matt Stafford significantly more to make that play for the Rams.
Now, and I agree. I agree with what you're saying. Now, here's the thing. I pray. I got a cabinet behind me, a wooden dresser behind me. Let me knock on some wood. But balls. But
like
We're dealing with a sophomore class.
But the same things that I talked about going into week 2 against Seattle, I think we got to talk about right now. Because remember when Trey Lance went down and people were like, oh, it was reckless, or, you can't do that. You can't run him in there. I understand that. But what was the narrative and what everybody was saying going into that game? Oh, it's a must win. You have to do what you have to do to win. You have to win this game. You have to. And if Kyle Shanahan looks at it as we can exploit what they do, talking about Seattle in that case, by running the football with Jeff Wilson, with Jordan Mason, with Davis Price, with Trey Lance,
Marlon Mack, Tevin Coleman.
Yeah. If we can do that, if we got that, then we'll do that. He was right. Unfortunately, his quarterback got hurt in the process. But remember, the whole thing was you have to win. You have to win this game against Seattle. Well, here we are 2 weeks later. And everybody is saying you can't go 1-3. You have to win tonight. You have to figure out a way to win. Worry about Carolina next week going 2-2, but you have to win.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, if he looks at it, whereas the way I think we can exploit them is by taking the ball out of Jimmy's hands. Let's get the ball to Debo on end arounds and inside draws and all this other stuff. And if that's working, you just we can't have the revisionist history if anything bad happened. We're saying all week, you have to win.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole thing. And I'm with that. I'm in that camp. Like, I'm not saying run him 35 times, but if it's like, yo, we got to get the ball to Debo's hands 12 to 15 times tonight between catches and handoffs, well, then that's what you got to do. You got to find a way to win this game. Hopefully it's not anything that wears them down or gets them hurt, but you got to go with your best players to win this game. That's Debo, Kittle, Ayuk. They've got to handle the ball for you.
I forgot Bobby Wagner was on the Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah. He has killed the Niners. Oh, my gosh. That's another guy. I can't wait till he retires, man. Please get him out of my face. He kills the Niners. Oh, man.
You want to try to predict the score before we go to the Kings and Lakers? You want to just let this one live out in the universe and wait? No. I know it's going to be looked at as a homer pick, but I do think the Niners are going to win because the sense of urgency is too great, right? Like if you were taking any other teams, in this situation, we talked about it last Thursday with the Bengals and the Dolphins. Bengals had to win at home, prime time. Like, it just means a little bit more. They're going to be playing a little more desperate. I think the Niners are kind of in the same boat. I think the defense is going to step up. They're going to understand the urgency of winning tonight's game. And I think they're just going to be a little bit more locked in at home against the Rams. I think they'll win, but it does depend on what kind of Jimmy Garoppolo you get. If you get just a decent Jimmy Garoppolo, I think the Niners win. If he's anything close to what we saw last Sunday, they can't win that game. Well, he looks nice out on the field in his warm-up sweatsuit, so that's positive. He looks like he's ready to go. He looks like he's aware of the field. Yeah. He's aware of the field.
Throw didn't look great.
Debo. All right. It's 49ers
Debo. Game
day.
Come on, baby.
He really covered up. Is it cold out there? Like,
it's always cold out
like
there.
That?
Saturday. I know it's not the same in the same place. Saturday night was kind of cold, kind of chilly. I wouldn't say cold, but I went out to get Reese something to eat at like 9:00 on Saturday.
Man, y'all eat late, bro.
Yeah, we weren't trying to. I told you I was just in a cave putting things together all day. Next thing I know, it's 9:00.
It's 49ers game day presented by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge in the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. It's not just a 49ers game day. It's a Sacramento Kings game day as they open up their preseason tonight against the Los Angeles Lakers, 7:30 on NBA TV. The Kings world was taken aback by a clip of Mike Brown coaching. Oh my God, what is happening here?
Guys are a mess.
Kings universe reacted to a clip of Mike Brown coaching, talking about that second unit, talking about Davion Mitchell. Also, Mike Brown said that 2 starting positions are open. He's not trying to fool anybody. He's not playing games with anybody. Domantas Sabonis is going to start. Harrison Barnes is going to start. And De'Aaron Fox is going to start. No surprise. I mean, a lot of people had anointed Kevin Huerter the starting 2 for the Sacramento Kings. A lot of people assumed Keegan Murray would be the starting 4 for the Sacramento Kings. At least I assume it's a starting 4. Maybe Harrison Barnes is a starting 4, and we're looking for the starting 3. I highly doubt that, but I'm trying to be fair to what Mike Brown said. I don't think any of that is particularly surprising. I will be interested to see who starts tonight. There isn't another preseason game until next weekend. So I feel like this first one, even more than the final one against the Lakers, is, not to over. I think it's a little bit of a window into how Mike Brown and this coaching staff feel about this squad, and I think there will be something to read into the starters. This isn't the NFL. The NFL preseason and the NBA preseason are very, very different things. So I'm going to read a lot more into what we see in that starting 5. I'm going to be paying very close attention to the first person off the bench. I'm going to be watching all of these different lineups. I'm going to be studying Brendan Nunez's tweets and all of the really, sharp minds out there who cover the Kings, who look at these different lineups and have these different combinations and do the plus minuses and all of Will Z's stats. Like, I'm going to be pretty locked into that stuff, and I'm going to put some value in it. I'm not going to come on here tomorrow at 12 and say, oh, it's just a preseason game. That's not how I'm going to feel. There is no situation tomorrow where I come in here and go, oh, it doesn't matter. It's a preseason game. Win or lose, good or bad, there are going to be some things to take away from tonight's Kings-Lakers game.
Let me ask you a question. Because you brought something up and it had me thinking about it, right? Are you more open to the possibility of Harrison Barnes starting at the 4 than you were last year?
No.
I think I am. I'm more open to it. Would I do it? I don't think so. But
Is it because
it was a non-starter this year?
Okay, good journalist. Ask a question. I think I know the answer to. Who's starting at 3?
Huerter.
That's what I assume. So you've got Monk at 2, De'Aaron, Sabonis.
The other thing about that is, with that type of offensive firepower in the starting lineup, I don't think you need as much from Harrison on the offensive end. Because remember last year we were talking about he would just break down because he's needed to guard bigger guys. He's got to score 17, 18 a night, and it would just be asking too much. Well, if you're not asking 17, 18 a night from him anymore, you're just asking him to be a stretch 4, in the right matchup, guard different guys. Like last night, I'm thinking about the Suns. I think Cam Johnson started at the 4. Harrison Barnes can guard him without being physically beat up at the 4. I'm more open to it. I don't know if I would actually go that route, but I am more open to it.
So what's the rotation then? Like, is it
The
Keegan
bench
in the
rotation?
4? Yeah, is it Keegan in the 4, Harrison out, and then in at the 3?
He could be in at the 3. If you're going 10-man rotation, that will leave you probably go Mitchell, TD, KZ, or Bays, Keegan, and Rashawn.
That scenario probably does give Terrence Davis some run if you're doing it at the 3. That scenario that you just presented right there.
And that's only, like I said, I wouldn't.
I understand
because I want Keegan. I think Keegan should be starting at the 4. I would hope he starts at the 4, so that would leave Harrison at 3. But I was just thinking.
Eric Armstead is active. Javon Kinlaw is not. Eric Armstead is active for tonight's Monday Night Football game against the Los Angeles Rams. Javon Kinlaw is not.
Danny Gray also is not active tonight. So,
so there goes your
3 yards in a cloud of dust.
There goes. Oh, get ready for Debo and the Yak. The Yak Bros are back.
Yeah. Dang, that sucks about Javon Kinlaw, man. It just doesn't seem like his knee is going to let him play football very long.
Yeah, I saw I can't recall who tweeted it. One of our guys who was there tweeted that they saw Javon work out, and when he left the field, it was clear like he was not good. It was clear he was not feeling it. He was going to be out. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. We're going to be with you an extra 7 or 8 minutes or so, and then we're going to throw it to the 49ers pregame, and then, of course, Monday Night Football with the 49ers and the Rams here on ESPN 1320. I'm going to spend some time talking about the Kings and the Lakers in their first preseason game tonight. As well, as we don't have a starting lineup announced for that, and we probably won't have that till about 6:30 or 7. I guess maybe I answered your. Am I more open to it than last year? Like, sure. I still don't think I really like the idea,
I understand.
and I don't know. I mean, there's certainly more depth here than there was last year, but I also feel like take advantage of Keegan Murray. You know, if and I understand there's levels to this, but Keegan Murray, pro ready, you know, as ready as perhaps as anyone was at the top of the draft. Cool, like take advantage. Like you need to work on both of those forward positions. I would rather see Harrison at the 3, Keegan at the 4, Harrison move to the 4, Kevin Huerter go to the 3. That's the kind of the, and the rotation isn't going to be the same in terms of 3s and 4s and 4s and 3s the same every single game,
right?
But I'll go back to Mike Brown's line at the beginning of training camp. Oh, we've got a roster full of some good guys. There's some creative things we could do. There's some creative things we could do with this roster in some of these different lineups.
Oh, I mean, I absolutely get it. I'm not. I understand. Like I'm with you. I want Keegan to start. I think number 1, hope enough. Number 2, I think that's the most fun thing. Like you have your rookie starting at the power forward and playing with that starting team. So, that would be my first guess. But I don't know. I just got to thinking about it a little bit when he said that those were the starters, Sabonis, Barnes, and Fox were the starters. I was like, okay, well, what does that mean, right? Like, does that mean that, you know, they're starting in their traditional spots that were always, or could there be some flexibility within that? And I started thinking, I was like, all right, well, what if Harrison starting at the 4? What if that's something that they're trying to do now? And I gave it a little more thought, and I was like, it could happen. Like I could see it working.
I mean, there at least has been I don't know if a rumbling is the word, a murmur of Rashawn starting. I guess at the 4. Or I don't know, but that was the Sean Cunningham scenario that we talked about pretty regularly over the summer.
And I like Harrison starting at the 4 better than I like Rashawn starting at the 4.
Me too.
And the thing about that is, you look at the first 3 opponents. This is just kind of like a gist of the power forward spot in the NBA now, right? Because we're worried about wearing Harrison down and stuff like that. Well, in the first game, need to be matched up against Jeremy Grant. Jeremy Grant's not going to Charles Oakley him on the block. The next game against the Clippers, Nicholas Batum. Once again, not going to Charles Oakley him on the block. Third game against Draymond Green. Well, Draymond's not going to do anything offensively but stand at the top of the key and try and pass the ball around.
Draymond might not even play. Let's call it what it is. He might not play for a few weeks just because he doesn't want to.
Right. And then Memphis got Brandon Clark in there right now instead of Jaren Jackson. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like you can get away with it. I think you can get away with Harrison playing at the 4 this year, especially considering everybody around him. Like, you don't need you're not solely dependent on his 17, 18 a night every single night, which could wear him down. Now he's a stretch 4 in those situations.
I just saw our dear friend Chris Haynes tweet and realized, man, I need to flip over to NBA TV, like Brooklyn and 76ers start in a few minutes. Ben Simmons, Kyrie Irving, Joe Harris, Kevin Durant, Nick Claxton. That's the starting lineup.
They're all playing. Oh, it's in Philly.
We get to see Ben Simmons play. It's in Brooklyn. Oh, if it was in Philly, come on now. You know it'd be a far, far bigger story if it was in Philly. But yeah, Ben Simmons in the starting lineup tonight.
Oh yeah, I want to see Ben Simmons playing
with Kyrie and I guess we're all good friends. Brooklyn Nets again.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, man. I am intrigued to see Ben Simmons with Brooklyn like all year long. Like
I'm intrigued to
see
Ben Simmons. Period.
Yeah,
I'm excited. I'm excited. We can watch the basketball tonight. Like I'm excited about this.
Yeah,
Brooklyn and Philly and Sacramento and LA. Both of those games on NBA TV tonight. Tomorrow, 12:00. Who are we talking about? Who do you think we're coming in here and we're like, yo, this is how we start the show?
Honestly?
Yeah. LeBron?
Honestly, I was gonna say Malik Monk.
Anthony Davis injury.
No. I think
that's not nice. That's my bad.
I think it's gonna be Malik Monk. I think he's gonna play well tonight. And
really?
We're talking about
Oh, the Malik Monk revenge game.
Right.
I see you. Okay.
I would say Malik Monk.
Okay.
You guys remember last year I was talking about how if people were yelling me down to the high heavens when I said Terrence Davis was better than Buddy?
Yeah.
I don't know. We didn't prove anything last year because Terrence Davis barely played, but yeah, still think he's better than Buddy Hield.
Maybe you know what? I hope we find out. But I'm with James here. I mean, Will Z says we're talking Fox. Marcus says we're talking Chime Moneki. That'd be cool. I'm with James though. James Tyree. I think we're talking the rookie. I think we're talking Keegan Murray when we take the air tomorrow.
The Rook.
I think that's the guy that gets our attention.
The Regan.
I think it's Keegan.
Boy, that boy shooting like he did in summer league. I'm gonna be hyped. I ain't gonna lie. He gonna be wide open, getting wide open, look, shooting threes. I'll be hyped.
Secure.
Oh man.
Securing the Bagley says we're talking KZ as he shuts down Braun. Securing the Bagley going to change his name to Securing Akpala.
Securing Akpala. Hey, you guys saw what I said on Twitter. You know, the people was buzzing over it. I'll tell you right now. Ooh. Kings are gonna spank the Lakers for the majority of this season. Starts tonight.
Smack, because Smack was. I remember thinking Smack was comfortable, and now you went
spank, smack, smash. They're gonna do it all.
No, I don't. Two of those are uncomfortable, especially the way you do it. Like you make things weird. If you didn't make everything weird, it wouldn't be a problem. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up before you go. We greatly appreciate you being with us. Today was fun hanging out for an extra couple of minutes. It's exciting to have Kings basketball back tonight on NBA TV. It's going to be fun. There's going to be some great storylines out there. I am really excited to see Ben Simmons play for Brooklyn. I am, outside of everything we talked about for the last 4 hours regarding the Sacramento Kings, I still love basketball. I'm excited to see LeBron James, another year older. I'm excited to watch him enter this season. What's it look like for my guy Russ and Anthony Davis and Patrick Beverly? We've got Orlando and Memphis that play today, Denver and Oklahoma City, Portland and Los Angeles. The Clippers play tonight, and that's all in addition.
Seattle.
It is, and isn't there going to be a big announcement?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that the story that people were actually writing articles about the NBA announcing the Seattle franchise at this preseason game?
I didn't see that one. That's crazy.
We talked about it. You wrote it in the rundown.
No, not at the game. I thought they were just going to announce it soon, not at this particular game.
There was an article written that they were going to announce it at the game.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that was not accurate. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Make sure that you're locked in tomorrow, man. We'll have a lot of fun. And Steeler and KC will be back here at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader. Headed off to 49ers football now on ESPN 1320.
Go Niners. Go Kings.
Excellent.
Whew, that extra 7 minutes.
Well, really, to be fair, it's like an extra 12 because we didn't break. So we would have broke at 55 and we went to 7. I don't realize talking is hard. Talking is tough.
That's right, James. Well, you said Bear, but I get your gist. Beat LA all around, 100%.
Indeed. Bear LA too. Good day today. I like it.
Who's dressed the best right now? Did you already turn from Monday Night Countdown?
I did.
It's either.
Didn't have the multi-screen.
I mean, I really do like RG3's double-breasted suit. It's either that or Larry Fitzgerald with the nice. I like the color of his suit. Nice shoes
ESPN,
too.
Where are you? Well, wait. I think if I hit this button, it just goes back. Yep, there it is. Oh, I'm gonna go RG3, but I like Larry Fitzgerald's outfit.
That color and the suit and tie combo or suit and shirt combo is very nice. One of the things that I'm not a huge fan of, I know this flies in the face of Damian Barling's style. I'm not a big shoe and tennis shoe suit guy. I've warmed up to it a little bit more as the years have gone on. And like RG3 looks nice right now. I see when you wear it, it looks nice. I wore it at Rick Ross's mansion. Like it works, but I'm more of the dress shoe guy than the white shoes.
You know what part of it is for me, besides, the horror I face when wearing black shoes, is all of my dress shoes are really old. Like, I need new shoes because most of my pants are cut short. So I need some dope shoes to show off.
Aaron Judge
99 is up.
We'll stay live. We'll stay live for
here.
Aaron.
We'll stay here.
By the way, I had a epiphany on Friday night, Damon. I got to ask you. We can do it while we're watching Aaron Judge.
Strike one.
You're a little ahead of me. This is a first.
Oh, okay. Oh, but, man, this is a first. What a moment. What a moment.
This is a first. Damien, I finally watched some AEW on Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
And I may be biased. I think pound for pound, my girl Jade might be the baddest woman wrestler ever.
Ever?
Ever. I'm putting her ahead of Trish, putting her ahead of Mandy Rose, ahead of Sable, Marlena.
Well, they weren't
Marlena.
Wrestlers. Yeah, they weren't wrestlers.
Mandy Rose is a wrestler. Trish is. They all were.
Mandy Rose is. Yeah. Well, Sable wasn't. Oh, I'll let you see it.
I think Jade is perfect. Going with
Did
Jade.
you get the ground out?
I did get the ground out.
Okay. Aaron Judge ground
now
out.
there's full Aaron Donald's on the screen.
You would not call that man a fool if he was in a mile of you. So you need to calm down. I don't know where all of these Aaron Donald Rock workout videos are coming from, but The Rock posted another one, and it's like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on?
Settle down, Rock. Tonight, we don't need no workout videos tonight.
Stop it. Stop this. Rock just works really hard.
I think I'm going Jade, guys. Jade is the number one woman wrestler of all time. I like Bianca too. My family always gives me the recent jazz. They always mess with me. And they're like, "Oh, you stop everything when Bianca comes on the screen."
Well, that's all
I
right.
like Bianca.
Charlotte's
Who is
pretty bad.
Well,
Charlotte.
yeah, Charlotte. Like yeah. Charlotte is performer wise, yeah, for sure.
Tony La Russa is stepping down from a position he never should have had. I'm shocked that it's ending this way. We got to go. We've got some things to talk about and some decisions to make, so we appreciate you guys. Enjoy Kings basketball. Enjoy 49ers football. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Holla.
End broadcast.